the entire globe through this technology. So there's a great challenge in social transformation, how to bring the marginalized people in terms of region, nationality, class into the mainstream, and this is a great challenge in today's world. So, yes, these are the things I would like to share. Thank you so much, Jyotsana. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Paudel, for your wonderful insights on the theme you have expressed, the dilemma that people from countries like our, where English is a foreign language, go through. You have also given emphasis to the shift from physical to virtual classes. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful insights here. Now, moving on, we would further like to hear more about the theme from our second panelist, Dr. Dingjo Kerry. So, ma'am, the floor is yours.
Hey, good morning, everyone. First of all, let me really express my sincere gratitude to my good brother Ed Lo to be inviting me for this conference. I'm just honored to be part of it. And I'm titling my short talk about this topic. It's about transformation through, for I would prefer, through a holistic education approach in language and policy. And I would touch on language, education, faculty, and actually educational policy, how they intersect with each other in my view. And my experience with Nepal's higher education only comes from book knowledge. So instead of my experiential learning, so I beg for forgiveness in advance for my talk when I show my ignorance or incongruencies in which my talk may present. And so let me use the Nepalese greeting of Namaste to sincerely let you know that let this light within me bows to the light within you. I hope to learn from you, which I already did just now from the Dean. So the topic of language today is of critical importance. And I remember when I was at the community college for the chancellor position, there was a big discussion about what is a required literacy courses they should take. And what we added, believe it or not, to the general education package is actually computer literacy as another whole language that I'm not so good at. And also here at Cal State Fullerton, we have been talking cultural literacy. So if we're talking about language, there may be other forms of language in addition to the language that we've been used to. And I would like to think that, to me, language and literacy helps a person's soul to take flight, whatever that might be, the language. So for us to focusing on, taking care of our language from a very basic level, from the elementary school to higher education, where the language itself could use in-depth language to provide the depth of our narrative, the narrative of who we are, our thoughts and feelings, as well as a narrative about our nation's history, perhaps, and glory. So to me, I think about education using language, that it's like miners, trying to find the gems. The educators have much to uncover and polish through education. From the words of a Persian prophet, Baha'u'llah, he said that regard mankind as a mine rich in gems of inestimable value. Education alone can cause it to reveal its treasures and enable mankind to benefit therefrom. So with Nepal's geography, location, and history, I think it's fascinating to see the amalgamation of cultures from the beginning of time and the integration of other languages and culture from your neighboring countries, China, India, and other people who have come to Nepal. But I think what is also unique in Nepal among many other nations, perhaps in Asia and other parts of the world, that Nepal has never been colonized, and Nepal has never been under control of any other country. So you have always had that language independence. But the multicultural, the multi-ethnic, the multilingual phenomenon that Nepal has always enjoyed is an interesting context for a country to consider approaches to the language education. What should it be? This is very similar to America, that I believe the diversity of the cultural ethnic groups of Nepal may present challenges like America, but it also gives you, like America, beautiful opportunities in education. Here at Cal State Fullerton, in my College of Education, we have so many bilingual educational programs. We just received another grant that is nationwide, that's looking at all kinds of different languages to provide bilingual education, because that is the vehicle in which a person, if you will, could really find themselves. And I'll explain that a little bit. I think we now acknowledge absolutely through plenty of studies that diversity is an asset, not a deficit, right? That the language and the ethnic diversity are ideal contexts for us to find and work toward this unity and diversity. It's a concept and it hasn't achieved, but you have the context and we in America have that same context. We have the opportunity to work toward that. And should we accept that challenge, that is? So as a proponent of holistic education, which is an approach and a philosophy of education that focuses on the whole person instead of compartmentalized knowledge transmission, to me, that is the transformative ingredient and approach. That this is not a new concept, absolutely not. The ancient Greeks, the Chinese, many indigenous culture have always embraced and practiced it. Nepal's education that started in spiritual institutions most likely would understand this holistic concept very well, So I think the essential principle is to help each person in human connections through whatever language that is the vehicle that we can make those human connections in the family, in the schools, in the community, and to value the internal and the external piece for each student. That's, I think, is where transformation actually happens, internal of every single student. So all of which depend on the quality of the education we provide. I just heard my friend talked about Paulo Freire. I would also quote him. He's one of my heroes. That language is never neutral. Right? The teacher is, of course, he described it as an artist, but being an artist does not mean that he or she is going to make the profile or shape the students, but the educator as an artist does the teaching is to make it possible for the student to become themselves through the vehicle of language. And we are not educating the physical, but rather the spiritual part of the human being. And again, like I love Paulo Freire, in case you didn't know that he beautifully described as an example when he said, I just love the way he described it. He said, reading is not walking the words. He said, but grasping the soul of those words. So how do we make the language education come alive? Higher education in America during the past 6 months, as referenced about the pandemic, has been issues related to safety, the technology, and the ugly truth of historical or systemic racism that has been embedded in our structure, in our curriculum, in our outcomes. And the Leadership Institute for Tomorrow, which is the Leadership Institute that I direct, we host an annual and we host monthly CEO circles for Asian Pacific Islander presidents and chancellors. Well, this Friday, it's only 2 days ago, we hosted one on Friday. And you know what? The hot topic for the president was about how to assess the students that have been impacted by the pandemic, and how do we also, another hot topic was, how do we demonstrate the commitment to the social movement or transformation through social movement inside the academy? How do we achieve that? How do we demonstrate that? How do we move toward justice, equity, and inclusion? And the interesting thing that came to the conclusion I want to share with you is that the conclusion, how the transformation happens. Yes, presidents and chancellors admit leadership does matter. However, the leadership rests on faculty leadership. That was the conclusion that came to like 2 days ago. And faculty, as part of the narrative of the session topic, is also part of today's topic. And I want to come to this point, the intersection of that transformation with importance of faculty and faculty leadership. So how does faculty have to do with academic transformation? I would say everything. They touch our students' lives every single day. To that end, I would like to leave you on this note regarding the transformation of education that rests on faculty leadership. So to those of you who are presidents, deans, directors, who lead and support your teachers, faculty, as well as those of you who are here with us today who are faculty leaders, I give you the following, and that is number one, diversify your faculty. And diversity has many meanings, as you know. So diversify your faculty's background, language capabilities, diversify your faculty's perspectives and their openness to embrace and learn new diversities that have not been in their spheres of experiences or background. And we say leadership matters, and it matters a lot. And I would say that the faculty's leadership also matters a lot. And faculty are leaders too. You lead from where you are. So in the faculty's leadership role among students, you know, who they are is going to be what they teach and how they teach it. That's exactly why, to address the needs of our students, that's multi-ethnic, multicultural, we need to diversify. Number two is train your faculty. Train your faculty on how to identify students' strengths rather than deficits, rather than their weaknesses. Train your faculty's critical consciousness and pedagogy to recognize their own implicit biases about different ethnic groups, right? And different classes, different castes, and to recognize students' cultural wealth and strength that comes with their diversity. And I also challenge you to train your faculty to design equity-minded curriculum and equity-minded delivery system. Train your faculty to be the artists that will help your students to connect them, to connect them with their souls, with that spirit inside, rather than the scores of their tests. And then train your faculty to inspire your students with divergent thinking, with creativity, with innovation that don't make them the prisoners of tradition and the past practices. And number three is unify your faculty. Many faculty are very individualistic, right? We are the kings and queens of our classrooms, so nobody tell us what to do. So unify your faculty to integrate their multidisciplinary expertise and learning communities for students, and unify your faculty to collaborate on their collective curiosities and research. Unify your faculty to diversify their own talents and faculties so that they may be a powerful force in what? In unity because of their diversity. Number four, I challenge you, please, to empower your faculty to have freedom to design, to deliver, to develop new ways of instruction. Empower your faculty to engage in your institutional planning and decision-making. We've seen the results of that. And I implore you to empower your faculty to seek, find, and fix institutional, programmatic, or classroom injustices, inequities, and exclusions. and empower your faculty to please. We just start talking about this week among our faculty that we want our faculty to mentor, to coach each other, and as well as advise the students, okay? That we don't think about we're coaches for each other. Number 5, this is last note on the faculty, and that is celebrate your faculty. Celebrate your faculty's strength, celebrate your faculty's successes, celebrate your faculty's commitment to their students, and celebrate your faculty as change agents. And how you celebrate that, you can find creative ways of making that celebration. So you might ask, what all this have to do with educational policy? Well, the intersection of all of that I just said depends on how policy development structure and system is set up at your institution. There may be existing policy that actually prevents you from doing any of the above that I just mentioned, you know? And every policy is an expression of your value. So for every innovation, every new design you want to come up with, creative solutions, actually, there may be a policy that actually stand in the way. That's true for us. I don't know about Nepal. We have many things that is policies is extremely rigid. So many of our current educational practices and policy actually derive from very outdated eras. It came from the agricultural era, the pre-technology era, the industrial revolution era, and not the internet era, not the connective era that we are in today, not the global era that we are part of now, and certainly in the future, not in the post-COVID-19 era. So when it comes to sound educational policy, I make the following recommendations. One is JEIE check on your policy. And you say, what is JEIE? JEIE stands for Justice, Equity, Inclusion Education. It means that I want you to check your current policies under the lens of justice, under the lens of equity, under the lens of inclusion, to see if educational practices against those rubric. Number 2, regular check on your policies. We change, constantly at warp speed today. Establish regular cycles to review our current policies to ensure that they are still relevant, they're still implementable, they're even enforceable or not, or lastly, if they're actually aligned with your institutional values. Number 3 I give you is on educational policies, impact check your policy. What does that mean? I say develop those impact evaluation measures and apply scientific methods to assess the positive, the negative, the disproportionate impact, or maybe the unintended consequential impact of your policy on diverse constituencies and our very diverse students population that we serve. And align check your policy. What does that mean? That means examine institutional mission, value, solutions. Yours may be very different from my institution. What those are, how are they aligned with the current policies? I gave my student the other day an exercise to check. And I said, dig out your own college's policies and do an alignment check with what the presidents are saying, get the speeches and look at the policy and look at what the faculty leaders' agenda. And they found that amazingly the mismatch of this alignment. And the last one on educational policy is proactive check your policy. That's, most policies are a response to something happened. Okay, we better have a policy for that. I don't know about Nepal, but in the US, we make this kind of mistakes all day long. Policy is reactive rather than proactive. So proactive check is assess your needs, problem solutions, and proactively develop new policies that can have universal design to address the needs, problems, and solutions. So my final comment is, policy and language both shape behaviors and cultures. And so if we are desirous of positive changes to Nepal's education system, or to any education system for that fact, outcomes, we want a different kind of outcome, then we must examine our language and policy that we are using to brand, to examine, and to narrate our own institutional educational narratives. What is that? So what is Nepal's narrative? What is America's narrative? What's NOU's narrative? So I'll close here with a declaration that this is the year of most unusual 2020. That's not the way I have looked forward to 2020, because I looked forward to 2020. I thought it was so symbolic that 2020 represents this crystal clear vision, right? The 2020 vision. So as we look to the remaining time of this century, with the hindsight, this is December, with the hindsight soon of 2020, I hope that we shall live the rest of 21st century with a new sense of purpose and mission on higher education toward a more soulful and a more unified purpose. I'm going to borrow a Nepalese leader, BP Kerala. He said, I really like what he said, life itself is an explicit risk. And the significance of life depends on the commitment of a purpose. So I'm so glad I have the opportunity to share my thoughts. And I would invite all of you, so let's commit a purpose of transforming Nepal's, America's, the world's education system toward a justice, equity, and inclusive education system for all. Thank you very much for giving me the time.
Thank you, Dr. Carey, for your valuable insights here, especially for sharing your experiences in higher education and leadership, various leadership roles. We are very grateful for your suggestions. These are very useful suggestions in our context. So now we would further like to hear something briefly more about the theme from our third panelist for today's session, that is Professor Dr. Bal Mukunda Bhandari. So, sir, please.
Okay,
Dr.
thank
Bal
you.
Mukunda Bhandari.
Thank you, Jyotsna. So the question of language policy and academic transformation is very much crucial for the country like Nepal, where many languages are spoken and where there are many ethnic groups. As the figure was already mentioned, so 123 languages, and recently Language Commission has found 6 more languages, and then 125 more than that ethnic groups. So and different ethnic groups having different languages. So and in such a case, this is a very important question. And further that, so in Nepal, geographically, it's not a big country, but there are many languages and which are very much scattered and intermixed. So the situation of languages in Nepal is not like in some countries where a particular language is spoken in a particular region and another language is in another region. So this happens in many countries. But in Nepal, um, uh, almost all languages are spoken in almost all geographical region of the country. So therefore, this is very important thing to plan language in education. So I would like to begin with the constitutional and legal provisions about the languages in education and in general use. As our Constitution respects all the languages as languages of the nation. So all languages are equal. So in Nepal, there is no no language which is given high importance, and there is no language which is given less importance. Every language is respected equally. And though Nepali serves as the lingua franca and the official language in the country. When we talk of the education, so up to basic level, one can use, or a school can use English or Nepali or the mother tongue of the students. So it is said that it is the students' right to get education in their mother tongue. And then secondary level, either English or Nepali can be used, and higher education, English and Nepali can be used. This is the legal provision of education, language in education in Nepal. So when you talk of the medium of instruction in Nepal, so we have mostly Nepali in the school level, but many English medium schools are coming, and almost all the private schools are using English as medium instruction, and the government funded schools are also turning to English medium. So in one side, there is a voice raising to use mother tongue in education, and in the other side, many schools are becoming English medium. So this is the controversial situation in medium of uh, education in Nepal. So in this context, so I would like to mention that the language policy should be rooted from the ethnic groups, from the language speakers, from the local levels. And another thing also I would like to mention here, we have three
Excuse
levels
me,
of
sir.
government, and the federal government
Excuse me,
is
sir.
responsible for developing rules or policies related to language, and state governments can apply those policies and can also develop their own policies, and then the local governments are responsible to implement the language policies, and they are also also responsible to create and to implement. So
Excuse me,
when we,
sir. Can you turn your video on? Our participants are requesting for your video.
okay, thank you
Thank
for
you.
reminding me. Thank you. Can you see me now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. So so I was talking of the linguistic situation in Nepal, and then the legal provision in Nepal, and then the provision of the languages in education in Nepal. And another thing regarding the languages in education, as I mentioned, so the children have right to get basic education in their mother tongue. So this is the most crucial issue in Nepal, because so it's a very easy to make the rule and to raise the voice and to make the slogan. But as I already mentioned, the languages, let me say, one language is not limited to a particular area. So the languages are spoken in different areas. So it was very difficult. And uh, many schools were established, and they started giving mother tongue education in mother tongue, and they were piloted. They started giving their education, but they uh, you know um, they stopped. Mostly they stopped. So this is the crucial point to start for academic transformation. This is the main point. So in one side, there is no doubt that certainly it's a good to give education in their mother tongue, and it's their right also, and they understand, and they know what is said and what is learned in their mother tongue. This is very important thing. But the question is how to implement, how to prepare the policy. Nowadays, very crucial thing, our language commission. Okay, there is language commission Nepal, and then language commission is unable to formulate the policies regarding education, and even our state governments and even local bodies, they are unable to develop their language policies because of this situation. So because if we think of the theory, it's very good to give education in students mother tongue, but if you see the practical aspect, it is almost, if I not use the word impossible, it's very difficult. So this is the situation, and this is the point that we need to discuss. And it's a language that brings people from outer world, and that connects people of one region to the people of another region. So this is true. Therefore, language should be given importance to education. And talking of our education system, we are not able to give due focus to language policy, language use, and language education. This has been noticed, and so I think we need to start the debate that in a country like Nepal, so what could be the best policy of language? Some people are talking of trilingual formula. So the language of the region and the national language, that is Nepali, and international language, that is English. So I think in my this introductory remarks, I think I would uh, say that this is the point we start, and we need to discuss, we need to start our debate from here. So I think I need to say this much in this remark, in this opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Dr. Vandari, for your profound thoughts here. It was just great hearing so many fruitful insights from all our dignitaries here. Without much delay, we would now like to move on to another session quickly. So for this session, I would like to request my co-moderator, Mr. Giri, to take the lead. So over to you, Prakash sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So we don't have much time to address most of the questions, but we have prepared some questions. I would like to start just to please share your views and ideas in 2 to 3 minutes. First of all, I would like to ask Professor Dr. Ramchandra Pawarel, sir. So as Dr. Dingzu said that we have to train up and inspire to make the holistic and bring the dimension in the university or in academic transformation. So should tertiary institutions develop global relationship from several continents to research and international solutions? So what is your view on this point?
Thank you so much for your wonderful question. Yes, I agree with Dr. Dingjo Khore, whose video I watched in the YouTube. She's embodiment of bridging, working holistically, considering so many factors there. So Nepal Open University should, work holistically, including, the seminars, conferences, bringing so many people together, and, should work with gender and class and region and other variables together, and should, as I agree with Dingzu Kyori, who said that the teachers should be, faculty should be given training how to do their leadership in higher education setting. So we should work. One entity is not adequate. we should work together holistically, bringing so many variables together. Yes, Nepal Open University also attempts to do, stakeholders, students, um,
Excuse me,
teachers,
sir.
faculties.
Could you please
Yes.
open your video? Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry for that. Could you
Yeah.
please? Okay.
Thank you. So we are trying to work in that matter holistic way. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your insightful ideas. So next question I would like to ask Dr. Dingjo. So as you said, to bring the dimension, so what kind of strategies can be applied to bring that international dimension and to integrate to 21st century skills in language education and transformation?
Are you talking about integrating the,
Excuse
what
me?
was the first part of your question? I may not have caught it.
Excuse me?
Oh, can you repeat that first part? I want to make sure I heard your question clearly.
Okay, so what kind of the strategy can be applied to bring international dimension and to integrate 21st century skills in higher education?
I think that some of those I have mentioned before. And what we now emphasize in our College of Education when we prepare students, who prepare future teachers, is one is that cultural literacy that I briefly mentioned. This is one. The other one, I also briefly mentioned this concept of critical consciousness and critical pedagogy, because you cannot teach the teachers so many different languages and culture, right? Because in the United States, where so many cultures, multiplicity of cultures, so cultural competency, it has gradually become a kind of an outdated concept. But on the other hand, is really training our teachers to have that critical consciousness to understand and look for and being able to garner the cultural wealth and strength and the differences and the beauty of what the different ethnic groups bring with them in their students, because we are in the deficit model. So the strategy is really teaching them the tools to recognize the individual students at its heart, and really to treat the students holistically as human beings, not as masses of in assembly lines. What is the most efficient way, to get the students through, not to put through, but more focused on the individual students. So the strategy for us in really gaining a global 21st century transformation, to me, I think this is what we need in the world, is that we have very much have put the soul of our students, even the soul of our teachers. Oftentimes we talk about it as educational leaders. Do we need to put ourselves outside of the institution's door when we come to work, or do we bring ourselves as whole? And do we ask our students to put their culture, to put their language, to put themselves outside of the classroom when they walk in and expect uniformity? And I think that has been a big issue in not recognizing and actually leveraging, utilizing, benefiting from what they bring. And we need to bring our teachers whole inside the classroom. We need to bring everybody whole and really truly understand, how do we integrate the strength? We're still at the very beginning stage of that process. And that's what we've seen, the beauty of it, or when we actually integrate. This is one example I said about multilingual immersion, where students come in and they learn in the school all of the curriculum in 3 different languages, and teaching them that all 3 are important, not one more than the other, but at the same time recognizing, I'll go back to Paulo Freire again, that he said that if there is a dominant culture, if there's a dominant language, then we owe it to the students to teach them that dominant language so that they can become, right, in the position that they can fight and voice for their own justice with the dominant language, and that they are able to change the system from within. If they don't have that dominant language, then they are shortchanged in having that real opportunity. As long as we have that dominance in place, and most countries, I think Nepal is certainly the same, not as different from the United States, that there is a dominant language at play, and we have to teach our students that dominant language, as well as welcoming, embracing their own. I mean, that language is just one example.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your insightful ideas. So another participant has asked the questions to Balmukunda Bandari, sir. So it is considered that children of primary level students should be taught in their mother tongue in the present context of Nepal. So there are different languages in Nepal, but how can the teacher who is on another language can address these to the students who belong to other mother tongue? So how can we solve this problem? So this question to Balmukunda.
Thank you. So earlier I said that this is the problem. Okay, this is the problem which has not been solved in Nepal. But the solution could be, um, as you mentioned, that how can a teacher whose mother tongue is one, and how can um, they teach to the students of other tongue in their languages. So in that sense, this is a very difficult question. So, but the thing is that we need to have policy to grow and develop the teachers of the same language. And in many cases, uh, uh, the teachers of dominant languages have learned, they have started learning the languages of the students' mother tongue. So this is also one case, and this is not very easy thing, and I think I cannot give very easy answer to this question, and this has been it has been an issue for many years in Nepal, and we have tried to solve, the policymakers, and they have tried to solve, the governments, different governments have tried to solve, but still not able. But my what I think is, it is if we I mean, it is not always the case that we teach them in their mother tongue, because this is the provision that they can do. But in all cases, we may not be able to do so. For example, in one place there can be children of many languages, let's say 50 languages, 20 languages, children together in one class. So in that case, I think I can give any right solution now. But for the academic transformation, as which is the theme of our discussion, so actually for higher level, so we can have shared education, especially international level, as there is a practice in Europe in the name of Erasmus Mundus. So one can complete a degree from different universities, so that they can learn different cultures and different languages. And as very rightly pointed out, that the 21st century skills, and most important thing is critical pedagogy, and another thing is respecting all the languages, and more importantly, taking the languages in the class as a resource. So if you take the language in the class as a resource, I think you can solve the problem of pedagogy in the classroom. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your ideas. So we are at the end of this session, so we don't have much time. So we have a lot of questions from the participants. So I request all the panelists to address these questions in other mediums. So we try to do our best. There are some questions. Respect to the audience. So we have got some questions on the implementation of mother tongue education when the campaigns of mother tongue education are sending their children to English medium school. So we cannot address all the questions, but we try from other mediums later talking with the panelists. So we have come at the final point of this panel discussion. So I request to Josna ma'am to lead the final session.
Thank you, Prakash sir. There are so many questions in the chat box, but unfortunately, due to the time restrictions, we are not able to address them here. However, these questions shall be addressed maybe in the official website of the STAR conference. So, with due respect, I would like to end this session with a vote of thanks. Thank you so much to all the dear and valued participants and all the respected dignitaries. We also express our sincere gratitude to all the respected panelists for today's session, for sharing your expertise and valued suggestion here in this session. So thank you all. Thank you for being here. Have a great day. Before leaving the floor, I would also like to inform all of you that there shall be a parallel session in the 4 respective rooms after this session. So I would like all the presenters and moderators to move to their respective rooms, and it is free for the audiences to move to any room as per their interest. For now, we would like to leave the floor to our moderator of room number 1 for the next parallel session. So over to you, Bolanath sir and Hari Prasad Adhikari sir.
And 1 minute, I would like to thank you all the panelists, and you have time to say thank you and goodbye too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day. Yes, the moderators, please. I hope they are
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and namaste. Am I audible now? Am I audible now, or?
Yes, yes,
yes.
yes. Well, sir.
Yeah, because of network problem. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Clearly audible, sir.
Audible and visible, sir.
Yeah.
In this auspicious occasion, I want to welcome to all scholars, dear gurus, and the dear presenter. In this situation, the presentation is going on. Now, I would like to request Mr. Hari Adhikari, sir. Are you here? Hari Adhikari. Hari, sir, are you here, or? Are you here, Mr. Hari Adhikari? Please join in this time. He is also moderator. Hari Adhikari, are you here? Do you hear me, Hari Adhikari?
I think he's not here.
Yes, sir. Bola sir.
Oh,
yes,
yeah, okay. He's
because of technical problem, I couldn't join on time. Sorry for that. Namaste to all. Prakash sir, Bola sir, Justana madam, presenter, our dear presenter, Parmo sir. Namaste to all.
So could you please open your video?
Video, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sir, open.
Yes, yes, we see.
I think our session, parallel session starts.
Yeah,
Hello,
today,
sir.
Hari sir, yeah, today we have three presenters and we are moderator here, me, Bolanath Acharya, and Hari Prasad Adhikari. Pramod Subedi, are you here for your presentation? Pramod,
Namaste. And I would like to request to make me co-host.
yeah, now who is the host now? Here is,
So that I can share my screen.
yeah, who is the technical supporter here?
Devendra Katwal.
Who need co-host, please say.
Pramod Subedi wants to share his presentation here. Dear sir, please provide him as co-host for his presentation. Pramod Subedi is highly interested in professional development activities. He is a faculty member of English education at Bageshwari Multiple Campus, Kohalpur of Midwestern University. He has 14 years of teaching experience. He is also an MPhil scholar at Nepal Open University. He has presented papers in several national and international conferences. Today, he has his turn to present here. Please have your time here.
Thank you so much, Bola sir, and all the respected professionals, educationists, scholars over here. Today, first of all, namaste and good morning. Today, I'm going to present on making online English teaching interactive in EFL context. So this is the outline of my presentation. Actually, I'll discuss on some ways of making online English language teaching interactive, and then I'll discuss on some web tools and techniques. Then, if time allows, we will be engaged in some interactive activities. Then we will have a discussion and conclusion. So, actually, when I observed some of the presentations, keynote speeches, there was always a discussion on the challenges of online language teaching or online teaching. So what I want to focus is that this is not this does not have only challenges. It has much more opportunities that we do not have in physical or in-person classes. So there are some ways that we can make our online English teaching or online teaching interactive. So one thing is that we need to use gestures, keeping our video on. Especially in most cases, I have found that teachers teach online classes keeping their video off. Yes, so it doesn't make the class interactive. It becomes monotonous. Another thing is that we need to build rapport with students through different ways, through personalized activities. Another thing is that we need to keep smiling during class, even it is online class, it is distance class. And we can use emojis to encourage them. There are so many features in the synchronous online learning platforms. Clapping or reactions, different kinds of reactions can be passed to them to encourage the learners. Similarly, we have to listen to students' interest and voice. We can provide feedback to the students' activities. The most important thing that we can do in online language teaching is teach, assess, and interact differently. Teach differently. Don't teach in the same way all the time. Don't assess the learning achievement in the same way. You have to use various ways and interact differently. So this is the crux of my, or this is the main topic of my presentation too, and involve students in interactive and fun activities. Yes, we should not make online teaching monotonous. There are some web tools or techniques that we can use. Google Docs. You can use Google Docs for online interactive writing activity, collaborative writing activity. Breakout rooms also can be used. Similarly, Google Jamboard, Play Pause It, Edmodo, Padlet, Socratic, Mentimeter, Chatterpix. There are so many. And I will share you the link at the end of my session too. So these are some of the interesting and effective web tools and techniques that can be used to make our language teaching, English language teaching, interactive. So today I'm going to engage the participants in an activity. First, I would like to demonstrate just two tools, how they can be used to engage our learners in collaborative learning or interactive learning. I would like to share one link in the chat box. Please go. Is chat okay? I'm going to share it to everyone, and please go to the link and engage in one collaborative or interactive writing activity. You can, if you get the link, please write down some advantages of online teaching or weaknesses of online teaching, whatever you want to write. Yes. Did you get the link? Did you get the link?
Yeah.
And is my screen shared?
Yes.
Yeah, it is shared.
Okay. Please volunteer yourself and write something on advantages of online teaching and weaknesses of online teaching. I can see whether you are writing or not. No one has started writing till now. Yeah. The students can write at the same time. The teacher provides a link of the Google Docs. Yes, and the students can write at the same time. It can be synchronous, interactive online writing activity. Yes, it is very helpful in teaching English writing. Okay, I can't see anyone else writing. Please. Is anybody writing? I would like to request you to volunteer yourself. Hello. Yeah, if anybody writes, we can easily see. Just for example, someone might write, "It is time." Time saving, something like that. Or some can write weaknesses. Yeah, students can write at the same time. I wish the participants write over here. Did you get the link? Yeah, good. Yeah, you can write in any box. Yeah, great. Yeah, interactive, very good. Time saving. I would like to request some others to write weaknesses as well. Yeah, great. Good. Yeah. Students can be writing this way. Yeah, limited. Yeah. And if you use the breakout rooms, then the students can discuss in group, and then they can edit each other's writing as well. Yeah, and we can we can involve students in paragraph writing or essay writing activity as well, and that is collaborative writing, which may not be possible in in-person teaching. This type of activity may not be effective in in-person teaching. This is one of the advantages of online teaching too. Okay, thank you so much. Keep on writing. Now I'd like to share another one. Use a Padlet. Yeah, use a Padlet also can be used. Use a Padlet also can be absorbed for making online language teaching interactive. I would like to share. Okay, no chat box. Chat box is not enabled here. Can I use chat box feature? I want to share one link. a Padlet? Hello? I'm not able to use the padlock. Okay. So I'm disabled to write in chat box. Am I right? Okay, so how we can do in a Padlet? You can create Padlet. Yes, you can write something over here, just like let's share our introduction. I wrote my introduction over here. I have even kept my video, 20 seconds, 22 seconds video here. And then I can share the link to the students. And the students also can go to this plus symbol, and then they can write their introduction, my introduction. Just for example, students can write, yes, for example, yes, Sam can write, hello, I'm Sham. Or the students can post their film or video. They can share their voice. They can share their photos. Yes. And the students with this link can see each other's posts, and they can interact. They can pass comments on their colleagues post. Yes, and this also can make the classroom interactive. They especially for writing, then speaking activities as well, writing and speaking skills too, regarding English language teaching. So these things can be used, and I could not post the link in the chat box as it is disabled. So there are some references that I used, and you can also use it, references as well as resources for the presentation. You can go to the link given here. I could not share it due to the disability in chat box. Yes, chatting feature is disabled for me. So thank you so much. I think my time is done. So thank you so much. If you have any queries, I would like to welcome, and I would love to address them as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pramod Subedi, for your nice and wonderful presentation. Now, time goes to the question and answer. If you have any queries, please you can raise your question, and Pramod Subedi can answer.
Okay. Hello, Pramod sir.
Hello.
Hello, Pramod sir.
Hello, namaste. Yes.
Namaste. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yeah, just you have given our very wonderful, the queries about teaching about online. But what my queries is it effective for all the levels of teaching in online or not, sir?
Yeah, actually, this is I have used it for the campus level students as well as 11, 12 students. And I think it's useful for basic level students also. It depends on the connectivity, the access they have. I think you can provide simple activities for them. And maybe especially for from class 5 we can use these features, these interactive tools or websites.
Yeah. And is it very effective for the beginners or not, sir, teaching through the online class?
Yeah, actually it's effective even for beginners if they have access to these types of tools, if they are used to using these tools.
Yes.
It depends on the context too. In some context, even class 2-3 students can use these types of tools very easily, and in some context even graduate students feel uneasy using these tools.
Okay, thank you, Pramod sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your query.
Thank you.
And if you have other queries, please you can raise here, and Pramod Subedi answer for your queries. If you have suggestion, please provide.
Yeah, I can share my link just now. So I'm sharing them. You can go there and post your introduction. I would love to see your introduction in the Padlet. And I would love to share the link to others, the sources that I have used for the presentation and that you can use for your class as well. Yeah. Any query? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we have another presenter,
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Atmaram Bhattrai. Are you present here, sir? Atmaram Bhattrai?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm here.
Yeah, please, Hari sir, moderate yourself. Have your time, Hari sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Over
Thank
to
you,
you.
sir, handing me over this time for calling the next presenter, Mr. Atmaram, sir. Mm, this is the first time, especially I'm moderating, so that's why I'd like to address uh, special chief guest, and participants from national and abroad countries. Mm, very good morning and namaste to all. In this session, in room number one, especially with Bhola sir and me, Hariprasad Bigari, are very pleased to welcome Mr. Atmaram sir, who is a YNOU scholar, and here he will share about his topic. I haven't got a bio, and one thing I want to remind the time when Atmaram sir presents his paper. Thank you, Atmaram sir. It's up to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hari sir. Is it visible and am I audible?
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and good evening to the board country participants. It's Atmaram Bhattrai, MPhil scholar in Faculty of Social Science and Education, and currently I'm working as the technical manager in Save the Children. I am going to present about community school management related educational policy provisions in Nepal, perception from implementers. The implementers actually are taken as the school management committee here. Sorry, it's not working here. Just a minute. I'm so sorry. Whatever, it's moving. I'll do this. Okay. The presentation outline will be, I will share some context, and then I'll share some problems. Based on the problems, I will share some research questions, objectives, methodology, findings, and conclusion. Going through the context, formal school in Nepal was begun from 1854 when Darbar High School was established in Kathmandu. And the school management was started from Rana Resign when Mr. Rose was appointed in Darbar School for managing and supervision of the school. The concept of school management SMC was privileged before 1950 because some of the literature suggests that in 1950, one of the SMC secretary had carried his students for the first school leaving certificate examination. That's why you can say that it was privileged before 1950. The decentralization of the school management committee was practiced after recommendation of report of education in Nepal in 2011 become somewhat. From the different recommendations, there are different recommendations to provide power to the School Management Committee. One of them was NESP 1971, which has suggested to delegate the power to implement to the implementation level or implementation unit. Actual decentralization in education or in SMC was realized and practiced after the 7th Amendment of Education Act 2001 and Emergent of Education Policy in 2002. Going through the paper, these 5 are the major policy provisions related to Nepal. Sorry, background sound, please. National Education Policy 2019, Education Act 1971, Act relating to compulsory and free education 2018. I would like to request to host to mute background sound. Host, please. Host, please.
Please, background side.
Host can mute. Host can also mute.
Sundar Sarthak, sir, you can.
Sundar Sarthak, yes. In another act is the act relating to compulsory and free education 2018, education regulations 22, and school development plan. These are the major policy provisions relating to school management committee in Nepal. Going through the literature, I found that there are some problems regarding the implementation of these recent policy provisions. The committee school management in Nepal had some problems implementing policies because 20% of students in Nepali, 32% in mathematics have achievements below the level according to 2029. Please, Sundar Sarthak, sir, could you please mute your microphone?
Can you hear us, Sarthak, sir? Your sound.
And the community schools in Nepal run without the school management committee for a long time to unfair practices while selecting the chair of the school management. Similarly, the poor quality of public education in developing countries like Nepal is poor management skills. And going through the literature, there are limited resources carried on this issue. That's why I selected the research topic here. Based on the research program, I set out the objective to explore the perception of what is host also can mute. Okay. Sorry, I'm muting Sundar Sarthak, sir.
Sundar, sir.
Okay, now.
Excuse me, Sundar, sir.
Yeah.
I'm muting. Wait, just a minute. It's mute now.
Yeah. Okay, start, please.
The research question is how do school management committee of community schools perceive the educational policy provisions from the perspective of enactment in the schools? There are some, I listed the educational policy provisions here, and what are the level of enactment in the real ground that is tried to carried out from the perspective of school management committee members. Again, disturb here, not sharing my file. And research methodology. The research methodology was qualitative research methodology, and the philosophical worldview was interpretivism. Research methods was followed, phenomenology was followed, and sampling I chose purposive sampling. Actually, I chose 5 schools of Surkhet, Karnali province. Among them, 9 school management committee members were sampled for the interview. For the research, I followed literature reviews and semi-structured interview. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, I couldn't visit face-to-face or in person to the people and conduct face-to-face interviews, but I conducted through virtual interviews using Microsoft Teams, using Zooms, and using mobile connection. And before interviewing them, informed consent was taken verbally with them. I presented the findings on different themes here, sub-themes here. The first one is decentralization. The school management committee perceives that the educational policies and laws and bylaws have provided ample power to them. Yeah, they perceive this is they perceived accordingly. And they also perceive that authority to formulate the plan, execute it, and monitoring the implementation in the school level is provided to them. And they also perceive their power to resource management and recommendation for the upgrading or promotion to the teachers are also provided to them. Based on the discussion, they shared that they have still challenges to implement the local policies in terms of decentralization. For example, transferring teachers. They blame that, they say that transferring teachers is carried out without informing them, yeah, because it is carried out by decision by the federal and local government. And rewarding and penalizing the teacher, there is lots of political issues while doing this. Role and duty of the SMC members, political influence during the SMC member selection, these are the challenges they share. In terms of teacher mobilization and capacity developments, they perceive that they have limited roles for the teacher mobilization, and they sometimes are happy that SMC endorse the plan of the teachers they have developed. For example, TIP, yeah, they have the role to endorse, and sometimes they are also happy that they mobilize teachers jointly planning or in the schools. For example, they form different subcommittees like subject committee, examination committee, sanitization committee, monitoring committee, and they assign to the teachers here. They feel happy on that. And although there is no policy provisions about the assistant head teacher, the SMC feel proud that they are practicing it in the school level. Regarding the community mobilization, they realize that they have various scope of the community participation for the school development. The first one provided by this policy is the formulation and mobilization of parent-teacher association in the school. They have authority to mobilize the community, promoting participation in the planning process, social audit, public audit, and so more interventions there. But they feel challenged that there is still challenge to mobilize and promote community participation in the schools of urban setting. Going through the resource mobilization, they feel proud that they have enough power, and they feel proud that the policy provisions have on favor of them for the resource mobilization. They have freedom for the budgeting and planning, implementation, and consulting causing the audit. And they feel proud that the schools receive the conditional grants from the federal government, province government, and the local government. Also, they receive the governments from different organizations, private sectors, and the contributions from the parents. Based on the resources, they have categorized the schools in 3 types. Yeah, prosperous schools, struggling school, and silent school. The schools who have regular income from their own, they are prosperous school. They do not depend upon the limited resource from the government. Yeah, some of the schools are struggling schools. They are still providing effort for receiving additional grants. Yeah, and then some of the schools are silent school. They are satisfied with the grant, whatever they receive. No effort is done. Yeah, according to their perception, the schools are divided into 3 categories based on the discussion and based on the resource mobilization. Going through the transparency, they share that our major role is to maintain transparency. The transparency is maintained through social audit, public audit, parents meeting, and general meeting likewise. But they feel that transparency in terms of financial only. But what about the transparency? They are not familiar with the transparency of the academic performance of the teachers, academic performance of the students. They have no idea, and they have not practiced any transparency. But some of the schools have started to practice declaring the attendance of the teachers, declaring the attendance of the school management committee members in the meeting, and declaring the children's attendance in each quarter. And 1 or 2 schools have started to collaborate with private sectors for generating fund. They claim that it is because of our transparency. Going through the main crux, learning performance of the children, they realize that the learning performance of the children has not even improved as much expected, because they also realize that they have not given it priority. Yeah, they think that learning achievement depends upon the children, teacher, and parents' effort, not effort to the SMC. They even and they claim that the role of the SMC is to plan, manage, resource mobilization, human resource development, and monitoring only. Therefore, to improve the learning performance, the teachers and children should become committed. Yeah, this is our perception here. Practice of in some of the schools, they have started practice of sharing, analyzing, and discussing the learning achievement of each quarterly exam. And in some of the schools, they have started practicing of rewarding the teachers annually based on the average marks obtained by the students. And based on the findings, I have taken some conclusion here. The school management committees are practicing more local practices rather than following the policy provisions, because I concluded that because they have lack of awareness on their actual roles and responsibility provision by Education Act and education rules, yeah, to transform the community school management. Still, they are expecting high power rather than implementing the power assigned to them. This is my conclusion and finding. Every policy provisions, my recommendation is that every policy provisions developed by the schools and the government should focus on improving learning performance and to develop ownership in the policy provisions. Ownership in the policy provisions. Intensive consultations should be carried out at the time of developing policy and provisions. These are the references taken from, and thank you so much. I would like to welcome for the queries. Thank you.
Thank you, Atmaram sir, for your nice and wonderful presentation. Please, if you have any queries, dear scholars, you can raise your queries here and Atmaram Bhattrai will answer. Please, if you have queries, you can raise yourself, dear scholars. Have your time for question. Yeah, you can raise your question here. Hari Prasad Adhikari sir, you can mute yourself. You're muted. And some of the friends text here, excellent presentation, Atmaram sir. Dear information. They have text here. And if you have some queries, please, you can put here. You can raise your queries here. We request you to raise your questions. If you have, please, it's your time for question. And Atmaram Bhattrai will answer your question here. And your question can provide guidance for Atmaram for his presentation here. Yeah, it's time for you, your scholars. Okay, probably there is not any question for dear scholars, and only the nice sound of cock is only heard here. So nice presentation. Thank you, Atmaram sir, for nice and wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much, sir, for this excellent opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, now the turn goes to Mr. Prakash Chandragiri. Are you here?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah, Prakash Chandragiri is a lecturer at Gupteshwar Multiple Campus, Pokhara, and principal at Goodwill Activity School, Pokhara, and he is also MPhil scholar at Nepal Open University. Now, we would like to request him to present his presentation here, put his presentation here. Please have your time, Prakash Chandragiri, sir, for presentation.
Okay, am I audible and visible?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning and namaste all of you. I'm Prakash Chandragiri from Pokhara, Nepal. I live at Lakeside here in Pokhara. So very glad to present here on my topic or research study on Facebook live streaming. This is intervention one participatory action research, and I did this study to reach the home quarantine students with some basic English language conversation classes. So I'd like to welcome everyone to this presentation, and the main outcome of this presentation is to have participants learn some ideas, how can we stream or go on Facebook Live for reaching the students, those who were at home or through the Facebook Live streaming. So let's start. Is it visible, sir? Bolana,
Yeah,
sir?
visible.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Clearly visible. Yes, sir.
So this is my plan or outline of my study. What I did, you can see an outline. What I did prepare and how did I prepare with my problem identification and research questions, and what did I implement? I made the Facebook Live streaming. I went on this, and then how did I collect the data? So semi-structured interviews I used through the interviews on online and observation of the students' engagement and participation. And I made a soft copy for recommendation and report. So who were taken participating in this participation in this my study? Me, myself, the students from class 4 to 7, basic level students, and the respective parents. And I intervened, or I went on the Facebook live streaming about 8 weeks, 50 lessons on live, free of cost to the students to reach them in the lockdown and in this pandemic crisis. So what I did is, first of all, I identified a problem. So it is really challenging for the students to reach them, students physically in the pandemic. That's why I found the students staying at home without learning anything or English lessons in the lockdown pandemic. So which really encouraged me to reach them, and that made me disappointed. How can I reach my students? So because in context of Pokhara, there was not allowing by the authority to go online. So we were not allowed to, for some months, to reach the students through different other mediums like Zooms or other Teams because of the digital division, and that worker, so is the authority, local authority didn't allow us. And so, but I found out an alternative way to reach the students, to my students, through the school page and my one personal page to reach them. So I made the research questions. So how does Facebook Live help the students learn English, especially language functions and conversation skill? I focused on the how can I reach the students 6 lines conversation skill, and you can see how I did this. So context, everybody knows that all these schools, majority of the universities in Nepal that were locked down since March 2020. So March, and then in this case, Facebook Live networking, Facebook page or messengers can be that one means of communication, information, and learning in Nepal. So messengers, groups, and the Facebook page, and they were the means for communication. So what I did is I did some applications, or I went with the intervention that I prepare and instruct the students in the meetings through on messengers, making the groups in different classes. And I made them on Zoom meetings. And then I made a parent teacher, parent me conference, and class teacher as well. I did that. So I circulated the ideas, what I'm going to do on Facebook Live and what I'm going to teach. And I circulated these ideas to parents of the respective students or classes. And I apply the Facebook Live streaming using my PC and my mobiles. So sometimes I use my mobile for my one live teaching, and I use for pre-recorded video for going on live streaming through my PC. So I observe the students' engagement and participations, and you can see here, this is my school page, and so lessons 34, 35. So I reached up to lesson 50. So these were the pre-recorded videos. In 1 minute, the 6 students were watching, and some students were circulating in the group, like in the messenger group. So Guru Activity School is live now. So the students, one of the student was sharing to the group, and similarly I was sharing on my Facebook page, and I also went personally on Facebook with 6 lines conversation. So prerequisite videos, and then I did myself on live teaching and the combination of these two. So I went these 3 interventions and applications on live. And I applied these methodologies. I went through the cyclic process. I planned and I applied and I observed the students' engagement. I got some feedback and reflection. I improved myself. And the students, 10 students and 10 parents, they were purposefully selected on the basis of volunteer participation. So it was semi-structured interviews through online. I called them and I recorded on Zoom, and then I talked on messengers. So for my study, I read all those archive documents, some government documents, some journal articles from Google Scholars, and some theses, some books, some website information, some multimedia information. So I explore myself because it's not easy to go on live. It was a new experience from traditional teaching, and then I faced some challenges on live, sometimes interruption on the while doing or going on live, and sometimes I need to seek the very secret or peaceful area where there will not be any disturbances. So it was challenging for me, and the students and the parents, they really inspired me and encouraged me to go on live so systematically. And so I observed and I got some reflections, and I went through this cyclical process in this action. So key findings, so these chunks of the students, what they said, I have just copy pasted here, the chunks of the students, what they said, or the parents, they said. So first finding is that they learn new technology, the new way of learning. Students were not learning English conversation skill through other like Facebook Live before. They were getting opportunity to see the lives for events, for concert, for others live sessions, but they were not getting such kind of the concept to learn English through the Facebook Live. And they learned through my presentation, through my broadcasting sessions on live, new way of learning it occurred. And similarly, they developed their independent skill, even though there was no physical teacher, and they could learn to explore themselves. Sometimes I told them to be adapted to digital skill, to collaborative, and for communication, for collaboration. I made them encouragement for this development of their one skill, independent skill. So they could share them, and some students, they went to live as well. They started to go on live for some sessions, for exploring, for sharing the ideas with the others. So they learned some independent skill. They share the ideas, and they created their one groups on the messengers, and they learned to upload the videos on Facebook because they got the chance to explore the more on Facebook pages. So some students, even they didn't get any Facebook page before, but when we made the Facebook Messenger with their parents, and that these students learned to make their one Facebook page, and they learn to upload, and they learn to comment with some language functions, and observe their engagement. And collaborative learning, and they share the ideas each other with the students in the messengers, and then they felt for collaborative learning is the one way of cascading, and for making a group where they can share the ideas. So my motive was to go on live for teaching their conversation skill, and for making them confident level on Facebook page and the live streaming. So these 3: collaborative learning, and development of independent skill of the students, because they didn't need the parents and teachers to see the live, to comment, and to see to share the views on Facebook Live. So these are the basic students, but they could do that. A new way of the learning, they got exposure on online. So they started to source engines like Google's and other different mediums, like even they could explore other online learning platforms, some language games, and for this, so they could explore. And finally, conclusion. So Facebook live streaming has been identified as an effective online tool for teaching and learning in COVID-19 pandemic situation. So I applied three interventions, techniques or strategy: broadcasting pre-recorded video and my one live teaching, and the combination of pre-recorded video and live teaching that really supported my students to learn communicative English by watching the live streaming and with their reflection. So they learned collaboratively, independently from home in the time of crisis, and they could but some students, they were sneak out with online learnings, like, and they were distracted in somehow, but we supported, or we encouraged the parents to monitor them to see on live and to come on live, and they see the or learn the English language conversation skill. So they got the more exposure on search engines and online platforms, so that made them independent learners, self-directed learners. So it can be a crisis management tool for schools, especially in the absence of the physical normal classroom. So it is different than traditional way of teaching. So live stream classes can really contribute to online courses, so that can be integrated or made in educational planning and practice in the future. So this was my intervention of participatory action research that really could bring the dimension in my school, and that really supported to go on other online platform easily. So I have observed that some students, some schools, they were facing some challenges to bring the students on online, but we bring easily because after the authorities allow in our schools, we started to go online learning and teaching modality. And then at that time, that really supported to our school. So if you have any questions, I think you can have some question, you can ask me. Thank you very much. So if you have any question, please.
Okay, thank you, Prakash, for your nice and wonderful presentation. And now, dear scholars, you can raise your question here, and Prakash Chandragiri will respond for that, for his improvement. It is also feedback for his thesis, his research study, and you can provide him some suggestions as well. If you have some question, please, it's your time, dear scholars. And there is one message. Great work, Prakash sir. There is one message, but you can directly raise your question here, dear scholars. We request you for your question. Hari, sir, you can mute your microphone and have your turn for moderation here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Prakash, for very wonderful presentation. Please, participants, if you have any queries regarding the presentation of Prakash sir, whatever paper he presented, if you have any query, then you can also send in chat box, as well as you directly raise the question. Please, participants, ask, give suggestion, such type of suggestion, which of course direct to the Prakash sir, especially for the further research. Please, participants, provide your valuable suggestion.
Yeah, in the chat box, there are not questions, rather it is words of praise. Excellent presentation, very nice presentation. Thank you, Prakash sir, very nice presentation. And we even expect some questions. If you have, dear scholars, you can raise directly to the Prakash Chandragiri sir, please. It's your time for suggestions as well, for questions as well. for his improvement of further study and for improvement for this research study. So you can raise your question here. We request to you.
Please, participants, Prakash sir is waiting for your very valuable suggestion as well as critical comment.
Me? Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, yeah.
Prakash sir?
Hazur, sir. Yes,
Thank
yes,
you for
please.
your wonderful presentation.
I think, sir,
I have,
sir, I have just seen one question in chat box
Okay, let's, we will take later and
from
please.
Justana Raj Bhandari.
Yeah, we will take it later. Please, Mankumar Rai, sir, please.
may I go ahead?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Yes, please,
okay.
Yes.
Prakash sir.
Yes.
Which medium of teaching language do you find more effective in between physical class and through Facebook live streaming? Can you share us your experiences, sir?
Yeah, the effective one is the physical classroom, no doubt on that, because we can touch them. So emotional aspect is very important for teaching the students. So during this time, we don't have such exposure to meet them physically. We don't have the time to, or the scenario. So online teaching is just an alternative means of going or reaching the students. So it cannot be exactly the equivalent to the face-to-face on-site learning and teaching strategy modality, face-to-face modality, but it is an alternative way of teaching that can reach the students. So.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now, Bala sir, what about reading the question that has been posted?
Yeah, please read the question in the chat box.
Prakash sir, there is one question regarding your presentation given by Justana Raj Bhandari. What kind of future direction do you see Facebook as a means of alternative learning in a country like Nepal, where many people are still out of the reach of digital technology?
Okay, very good question. So most of the Nepali people there have Facebook. I have not seen any wording board like here Facebook is taught. It means many can use the Facebook easily. So there can be one way of teaching to reach the students even in remote area, because the communication technology has expanded the area for reaching the remote areas in network like in the recent years we have seen and observed. They can see the exclusive video, even though they cannot come on live, that cannot be accessible for them, but they can see the exclusive video. So Facebook live streaming can be one way of teaching in the future as well. So I have seen the good future reaching the students through Facebook live streaming, if possible, free of cost. Thank you.
Prakash sir,
yes.
There is another question in chat box. First of all, I think, yes, Jenny Rai madam has sent in chat box, especially praising your wonderful presentation. And then she has raised one question. What is one most important thing that is worth mentioning for those who want to conduct such medium to teach students?
So
that is one question. Let me say, sir, question once again. Let me say, what is one most important thing that is worth mentioning for those who want to conduct such medium to teach students?
Okay, I remember one quote. Educators are like the sharks. When they start moving forward, they start to die. So there is one word, AC era, after COVID era. Teachers must be updated. Teachers must be a good digital skillful person. So digital skill is very, very important to get the exposure for the teachers in this today's world, in this exponential time. So the world is running faster, so we have to be updated, otherwise we might be backwards. So one of the very good strategy for the educators is to be updated and to know the digital skill. And if you are digitally diplomat, and you can really conduct such kind of medium in the future. Thank you.
Still, there is another question to the Prakash sir, especially from Kamal Casey. We are also using Facebook, but students are more interested in chatting and other news and pictures. How can we manage? Prakash sir?
So that's why.
Prakash sir, did you listen to the question?
Yeah, I got. That's why I brought the parents to monitor them. They might be distracted in the other things. That's why I share the parents to monitor what they are observing, what they are saying. This is the responsibility of the parents, and good instruction is very important. So we can instruct them how can we use it. If they learn to explore, for example, in between of my session, I taught the students how to play language games from the American English resources. And the students, they learned to use some board games. So we can lead them in the right direction with good instructions, good access and exposure. We can shape them in the right direction, giving the resources they really enjoy. When I mentor them to learn the board games from the American English resources, and the students could learn and they got the enjoyment. They didn't distract to other discussions. So this is a role of the teacher. Teacher is a facilitator. Teacher is a manager. So we have to manage.
Okay, Hari.
Prakash sir, dear Chandra Lagzamba sir is requesting especially to ask you a question. So I heartily request to the Chandra Lagzamba sir, please raise the question or give the very valuable suggestion to the Prakash sir in this flow, sir. Chandra sir.
Good morning, Prakash sir and all friends. I miss almost all of your presentation, but as far as I was able to listen toward the end of your presentations. From that, I'm going to give you one suggestion. There is one scholar is about to finish his research on Facebook as a pedagogy process in experimental research he has done and about to complete, and also published journal article you will be able to find online. So could you, I think it would be worth reading his publications and findings. That is only my suggestion. I don't have any questions for you, but as far as I know, you are doing research on Facebook for teaching and learning pedagogy process. Am I right?
Okay, yeah. This is
and
streaming. Yeah.
Using qualitative methodology.
Yes.
Okay, so Keshav Sijali is the another person about to finish. He used quantitative. I think it is worth reading his publication. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I want to explore and I want to collaborate. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chandra sir, and thank you, Prakash Chandragiri, for your wonderful presentation, and thank you all of the scholars who raised the question, and support us for moderation. Thank you, everyone. It's me, Bolanath Acharya, and Hari Prasad Agari. We were moderating in this session. Now, after that session, there is a panel discussion. And we can join there after this session. Now, thank you very much from our side, dear Hari sir.
Thank you, all of you. I especially thanks to the Chandralagno sir, really who suggested to the Prakash Chandra sir, especially about his paper and presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of the participants. I
Thank
think
you.
it's
Thank you
time
all.
to next
Respected
group.
professors, scholars, thank you very much for your support, for
Thank you, sir.
help us for moderation, and as well, thank you presenters, Pramod, Atmaram, Prakash, thank you very much. And now,
Can you please
for
paste the link of panel discussion in the chat?
Okay.
Thank you, Rumaji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramesh Sharma, sir.
I think the URL for the panel discussion is different. Then we need to change the room, or we stay here.
I think
Because
you should stay.
You
Yeah.
stay here. You stay
You
here.
stay here.
It's
Yeah.
same
Oh.
room here, yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Maybe
This
Thir
room,
sir and Jenny ma'am are moderator of this program panel discussion. Whether they are here or not.
Yeah, namaste, Thir sir, and
Namaste, everybody.
Namaste, sir. Namaste.
Okay, so namaste and warm welcome to everyone. Jenny, are you here?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I'm seeing respected panelists are here. We have Dr. Punar Liskin, likewise we have Honorable Gambata, we have Mr. Walid Sharma. So I think we have to begin. Yeah?
Yes, I think
Namaste and warm welcome to everyone, respected chairperson, all the dignitaries, distinguished scholars, and all the participants. We are really grateful to have you all in this second session of panel discussion, Star Conference 2020. Thank you very much for joining us in this conference live through Zoom, YouTube videos, and Facebook. I am Shir Bahadur Khadka, MPhil Scholar of Nepal Open University, and an assistant professor of English at Mid-Western University. Today, I'll be moderating this session along with Jenny Rai. Okay, so Jenny, are you there? Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Yes, Thir. Namaste to everybody, and welcome to this panel discussion. I will be also helping Thir to moderate this panel session. Thank you so much, all the panelists, guests, all the participants who are watching us through Facebook Live, right here in Zoom, and in your different locations, and home and abroad. Everybody, welcome everybody. Thir.
Thank you, Jenny. Today we are having a panel discussion on very important theme, online and distance learning technology. In fact, this is one of the most relevant issues for all the educationists and academicians working in schools, colleges, and universities worldwide in this new normal of COVID-19 pandemic and even after that. The future of distance learning links technology, trends, benefits, and challenges to effective teaching and learning, which will be the area of today's discussion.
Okay, and then to discuss on this theme, we have three distinguished panelists here with us. Welcome you all again. We have Dr. Bernard Luskin. He is the Dean of Graduate Studies. He is the Professor of Business Psychology and Education in Wright Graduate University, USA. His experience is on
So, anybody like consultants, any consultants who are working in the STI space? I can find out.
All
You
right.
can make some names. We are looking for somebody. It's not a long term, it's a 1 month activity.
Yes, there's a noise in the. Yeah, I'm still unmuted. Okay, thank you. So we have Dr. Luskin with us. I was talking about him. He has, okay, his expertise is on education, psychology, and technology. He has authored numerous best-selling books on economics, technology, and produced award-winning television series and cities. Welcome, Dr. Luskin. Likewise, we have another panelist, Dr. Ramesh Sharma. Dr. Sharma, associate professor.
Namaste.
Thank you. Dr. Sharma is an associate professor at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi. He did his PhD in education technology. His expertise is on e-learning, instructional design, open educational resources, open and distance learning, teacher education, educational technology, and so on. Now we have Dr. Chandra Laksamba, or his full name I want to tell you, Dr. Chandra Kumar Laksamba. So he is an adjunct professor and course coordinator of social sciences in Nepal Open University. He did his PhD in lifelong learning from the University of Surrey in 2005. He is one of the research team member of the ongoing SSAFA Gurkha Services Research Project 2018 till 2020. I think it's still going on. Dr. Laksamba, who also served in the British Army for 19 years and has also worked as the founding member, former executive director, and senior researcher of the Center for Nepal Studies, UK. Welcome, Dr. Laksamba, and welcome everybody. Welcome to the session. Thir, are you there?
Thank you very much. This panel discussion will continue for an hour. The last 10 minutes will be for audience questions for the panelists. So the audience can write the questions in the chat box. So we'll pick some of the questions and convey to the panelists, and they will answer. So all right, now without any delay, we would like to begin the discussion. We'll begin with Dr. Luskin and then go to Dr. Sharma and Dr. Laksamba respectively. So Dr. Luskin, we would like to request you to share your perspective on today's theme, online and distance learning technologies, in about 10 minutes. Dr. Luskin, you are mute, so please unmute it.
I'm unmuted. Let me talk about several things where I have some unusual experience. I'm basically a learning psychologist, and I work with online learning. So there are a couple of points that I'd like to make. And if we can do it, I have a video that's quite short, it's quite unique that I produced, but I don't know if we can do it on a shared screen this way. But let me say a few things. Number one, as I've been involved in online learning for a long time, many years. And I work in the distance learning consulting in the United States now with a lot of institutions. And since the COVID-19, in the United States, and I can't speak to the other countries, you know more than I do about them. The United States, almost everyone is online and remote now. So the online learning is taken a big jump into the future, and it's going to get increasingly better, and things will never go back to the way they were. It'll settle into a combination. So I would just like to say two things to start. In teaching and learning, each is different. Teaching, basically, in education, is how we as teachers do things with other people. Learning is how a person thinks for him or herself. So teaching is different from learning. So when you look at it, you really have to understand that. This is a technology that you all understand. And it's part of social media, the same way that a computer or an iPad is part of social media or an Apple Watch. So you think about that as a technology. And so there is a physical technology that we must look at. And I worked in manufacturing. I was the CEO of Philips Media, Philips Interactive Media, if you know Philips Electronics. So we made physical technology like the iPhone. So we're all accustomed to using technology. What people don't realize as a psychologist is that your head is a technology. The physical nature of your head and the cerebral cortex that covers your brain is a physical technology. It's the same piece of technology as the neurotechnology is in the iPhone or the Apple Watch or the iPad devices or the car odometer. So what you do is you think in the brain, and you think with what are called brain synapses, and there's a network. And the network that wires together fires together. So the physical network is separate from the psychological network. And the physical network that you have in your head is the same as the physical network that you have in your phone. And so you have to translate the physiology, communication between the neurotechnology that you have in your iPhone or in your head or in your Apple Watch into thoughts and ideas and words. And the internet has moved beyond digital. It's moved into the idea of words and ideas and sentences and communication language that you translate into your head because you see things. You see that's how we communicate with each other. Each person that communicates differently between that person and the person that you're speaking with. So I wanted to make the point, 2 points, just to something that really is, I think, a little different from some of the other presentations, is that, number one, teaching is different from learning. Teaching is how you do things with other people. Learning is how people do things for themselves or with themselves. And the ultimate objective is teaching people to learn how to learn. So that's the learning psychology metaphor. And the other part of what I tried to describe is there is a neuropsychology that is thoughts and ideas and words. And there is a neurotechnology that is physical and made up of the phone, the Apple Watch, the iPad, the iPhone, and whatever other devices you have, which is the same as the physical network in your brain. So if you think about that, these are different components, and you have to understand and work with all of them if you're going to get into communication. So for me, that's the basis of learning psychology. And then there are a whole series of theories called attention, persuasion, and other kinds of theories that are part of the learning psychology that people use when they develop materials to teach. So all of this is developing. This whole field of media psychology and learning psychology is the new developing field. It's the 21st century. And as artificial intelligence advances, It's going to be pervasive in everything. It's going to be very dominant, and it really encompasses or includes augmented reality and all of the other technologies. And they're coming fast. And COVID has accelerated the future by at least 10 years, because the pandemic has caused everything to be online, especially in the United States. Education in the United States has changed dramatically. It's changed now forever, and it's never going to go back the way it has. And so the remote learning that is going on now will become increasingly improved. Where we are in education, in the Model T Ford was developed in the United States about 1900. We're the Model T of the 21st century. So we have a lot ahead of us in distance education. So that's what I had wanted to say. And then I think we can move on, and I'll take questions as you have them. But I am a learning psychologist, and if you do have questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And it's nice to be here and actually see some old friends.
Thank you, Dr. Luskin, for your valuable ideas. Now we would like to request Dr. Sharma to share his observation on this theme, online and distance learning technologies.
Okay, thank you, Khadkaji. Namaste, everyone. And let me see. I have a small presentation. Allow my screen sharing, please.
Okay, Devendra sir.
Yes, Doctor, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, I think it is, I got in sequence, it is good. Professor Bernard was speaking about the 21st century and how the education in the United States has changed, in fact, forever. So here in India, we have take up a program. We call it as Learning 321, and this 321 indicates the learning in the third decade of 21st century. So what we have noted, and in case of when we talk of distance education, already there are certain classifications, say like Professor Jim Taylor, he has given those 5 generations of distance education. Similarly, the reports earlier, it was being published by New Media Consortium. Now it is being published by EduCause. I suggest that you go ahead, access that. It is a free report of how it is the Horizon report. It comes out every year. And similarly, the report published on innovative pedagogy by United Kingdom Open University, led by Professor Mike Sharples and his team. There, we have found that there are 3 important dominating factors which are affecting the field of open and distance learning. The content, which is dynamic, every day new knowledge is being generated. The technology, modern technologies like virtual reality, and in fact, currently, in addition to the artificial intelligence, the quantum technologies, they are changing the world. Since last year, when the Google, they performed that the supercomputers of today, the quantum computer, which will take around many years. Their computer can perform the calculations within, I think, 200 seconds. And then IBM came up with that, okay, our supercomputer can perform it in 2.5 days, but still 200 seconds and 2.5 days is very important. So the quantum neurosciences, the quantum biology, quantum computing, and the emergence of GPT-3, the programming language by Elon Musk, OpenAI, they are really, in fact, if Professor Bernard can recall him, there is one Professor Phillips, perhaps he is in United States. He has written an algorithm. In fact, he has patented it. And he has already, I think, 100,000 books on Amazon, that algorithm, that it creates a book within 20 minutes of 300 pages. When these kind of things, they are happening around us, and these are going to change the field of distance education quite much. The pandemic forced us into going to online, and due to these various factors of globalization, internationalization, and leading to the ubiquitous learning, Professor Bernard was emphasizing on the emergence of mobile learning. So it has put us into the ubiquitous world. So what changes it has brought? It has changed the governance of our educational systems, the methodologies. Nowadays, we are talking about hybrid flexible, high flex methodologies, which we think that very suitable, because the institutions cannot stay on traditional face-to-face mode, cannot go fully online. In that case, the nature of the institution and the scope of the educational institutions, the rise of MOOC, this is our MOOC. I hope some of you attending this conference, maybe the students of me, on the cooperative learning pedagogy, and these kind of things, they have been found quite useful if we are to massification the education. This is our book on cases of e-learning, and in which we proposed an ERIC model of experience gaining by the through, and then students, they reflect on there. After that, they interact with the teacher, interact with the content, and the peer interaction, through that leading to the construct of knowledge. In India, our Prime Minister, it happened for the first time in the history of our independence, the speech any Prime Minister gave, they used the word of long distance learning. That you can say that it emphasizes the stress of the senior leadership of the country on long distance learning, how it is going to change. And as soon as the 5G will be available, we call it as, it will become as the Netflix of education, over the top content kind of. And already there is a concept of, we are calling it as star professors, which are available, means they have, and the students have the option. In the traditional system, there is no option. If Jenny has to teach a particular class, the students have to go to Jenny only. They can't go to Dr. Ruma. She is also present in the session there. But here you have the choice of means what you find good for you, you can use. And then another thing which is emerging us is the kind of future skills. Now there is one interesting thing that we all have gone through some interview. That's why we are in this job, and some of us might have conducted interviews also to give the job to others. And there is one interesting question people ask, that where do you see yourself 5 years from now or 10 years from now? And I take the guarantee that if this question was asked in 2015, all those answers must have been wrong, because I can tell you that nobody at that time would have given that answer, that in 2020 we all will be sitting at home and working from there. This kind of future skills, we do not know what is happening. And then what we are witnessing nowadays, two kind of important phenomena around us: the fourth industrial revolution and the fourth education revolution, which has been beautifully explained by Anthony Sheldon in his book of the same. And here he says that nothing matters more than education if we are to see the AI liberate and not infantilize the humanity, because we are living in a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And in this case, we need to have a better understanding of our learner, because unless they have a proper development of those kind of future skills which are needed, the inequality is going to increase. It is already there. There is a wide disparity. If we see it in economic terms, it is clearly visible there. In that case, then what is the need? We believe that there are two immediate urgent needs for us. We need to become a better learner, and we need to become faster learner. Better learner means there are so much choices available to us to learn, to gain there. And fast learner means something like a Formula One car picking up from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour within 3-4 seconds and something like that. things are changing so fast. So we need to be a fast to learn things at a faster level. I think my Nepali friends, you may be aware about our famous Mahabharat, the epic, in which those example of Eklavya, who wanted to learn archery from the teacher, but the teacher refused because he was not falling into the the royal category. So he said that, okay, sir, no problem. I will learn it by watching you from a distance. And he could excel. Arjun was the most famous disciple and perhaps the most, highest archer in the world. And that things goes there. Nowadays, the facilities are available to us that the things are changing. For example, the emergence of creation of adaptive learning algorithms. We can use them, and we are using them in making the personalization of education, personalization of learning, what is suitable to it. The adaptive kind of content is available using the universal approximation function and like that. This is an important essay by Bertrand Russell on useless knowledge. How does it indicate that? So for example, there was this interview going on, and the interview board was asking questions from the student, and the candidate was not able to reply. So one question was asked, no reply. Second question was no reply, and something like that. So one of the board members commented that, okay, there is no, it is not the fault of this candidate, because this person got this degree 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and that knowledge was that. So in that case, we need to have a disclaimer at the bottom of the certificates of the graduation that this degree is valid only on this date for this content, for particularly like that. Because after that, we tend to forget it. What we studied in our graduation, post-graduation, now nobody remembers that like that. This in fourth IR has changed a lot the way the things are happening around us. And that's why here we have taken up this program on the future of education in the AI. And then because this mobile revolution, it has really changed the world. Means nobody taught, we have obtained the formal education, learning all those alphabets, numerical and numerals, etc., etc. But who taught these things to the masses who are using? This is a photo of a driver using it. And once I was traveling in the car, I asked, he was using this Google map with the voice activation, and the instructions were coming into English. So I asked the driver that, have you gone to school? No, sir, never. But how come you understand these things? Because these are in English. Through experience, because I have been using it self-learning. So this establishes the significance of self-directed learning when we use them, these things. And we believe that the mobile-based teaching learning model is very suitable. I just attended one presentation by one friend on Facebook Live and those things. The power the mobile has given to us is tremendous. And that's why under our program on Learning 321, means learning in the third decade of 21st century, we have taken up certain programs. Like these are the real programs which we conducted. Gig economy. I presented on this, I think when Professor Bernard was highlighting about the future scenario, the human-computer interaction and the field of brain-computer interface is also going to be very exciting. Already I read, I think in April this year or somewhere, in the MIT, a researcher has created a Hogwarts hat. You must have seen those Harry Potter movies, that top hat. And with the help of the electrodes and those kind of things, it is believed to be that it enhances the memory and the human capability. These are in the initial stage of there. And already the eye tracking movement, with the help of I see the screen and I can move the mouse pointer. So my friends in Anadolu University in Turkey, they have already done some experiments in this direction also, that how these things, they are going to change the field. Blockchain technologies, Internet of Things, 3D printing, applied application, computational thinking, and how we can have the teaching in the age of artificial intelligence, complex problem solving. These are those skills which even UNICEF, World Economic Forum, UNESCO on their various platforms, they have highlighted the needs for them for there. In India, the Central Board of Secondary Education, which is the government body on deciding the curriculum, they have also suggested that from the class 8th up to the 12th class, we should have it in their schools. On the light of that, we have thought of that creating, not only the students need this kind of education, even the parents also need it, because unless the parents are comfortable, unless they are knowledgeable about it, things are not going to be easy. So that's why there are certain programs which we have created, like AIML for educators, on which these things, and they are not technical, keeping in with a simple program as a layman, as a person can understand, not going into the dynamics of hardcore technology, not that, the educational applications of those. And these are the, you can see from here, it's not only pure computer science. These are, as a parent, how we can understand and take benefit of those. So that's why some of the programs were created, like how the personalized remote mentoring programs. This is our group where we are working. So created a program for a teacher, that at the end, the teacher would become AI fluent smart educator. The name of the program they have given, the curriculum. If you want to know about it, later on you can send me a message. The important thing which we emphasize here is to understand learning how to learn. That is very important here. How we can learn, and already there are some senior scholars, they have said that learn, unlearn and relearn is the way to go in this era, when we think that how they are going to manage. The power of knowledge, the knowledge representation, knowledge organization, knowledge management is very important. Google has given us so much knowledge, so much information is available. How we can convert data to knowledge, data to information to knowledge, and ultimately to the wisdom needs to be captured properly. Then personal mentoring for self-guided discovery. And in this, the coming to the robot-proof university education. I think there is one book also on the same title of robot-proof university education. If you see Sony, perhaps you may be remembering, he is a very, I'm not sure, I may be wrong, but considered to be the one of the youngest professors of MIT, Mr. Pranav Mukherjee, Mistry, more famous for his sixth sense technology, in which he had some, those sensors, and you click it and then the picture is taken. Last year, I think during somewhere October, with the Sony Expo there, they have displayed some humanoids. And already I think Sophia or Sophie got the first passport or something. These things, they are coming up very soon. So these way, I think those things, they are going to change the world of means how the things are happening in the field of open and distance learning.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for a wonderful presentation, for a very beautiful presentation with practical ideas. Now, without wasting any more time, I'd like to hear from Dr. Lokjamba.
Thank you very much, Thirubhadur Kharka sir and Jenny Rai madam. Thank you so much. Good morning from London. How many minutes you are going to give me? 10 minutes?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, right. I'm going to link with the notion raised by Professor Luskin and Dr. Ramesh, Professor Sharma, about the knowledge, and from the psychology perspectives of from Professor Luskin, and the speed of knowledge by Ramesh Sharma, Professor Ramesh Sharma. About 100 years ago, almost 100, in 1921, Mark Scheller from he's a Germany, he has written a book, Problem Sociological Knowledge, and he classified and patronized, and he divided the mobility of speed, what Dr. Sharma mentioned. Mobility of knowledge. In the basis of mobility of knowledge, he divided knowledge into 6 different categories. And now we are talking about the knowledge that generated by science and technology, formulas, and all kind of thing that moves. The mobility of that knowledge is very fast. And Mr. Mark Sellar said that the mobility will be keep changing in a matter of day, but now it came into in a second. That is what we're going to talk about today. And in the context of learning, the technology in the context of learning, I have a slightly different view than Professor Luskin and Professor Sharma. I think distance learning has been taken over or erased or changed into or progress into online learning. There is no distance. That is the reason why we are in the same platform. Even though I am conveying this, delivering this my talk from London, and Professor Luskin is, I think, from America, and Dr. Sharma is from Delhi, and all other our colleagues from different parts of Nepal across the country. And because of this technological power has changed into online, and online formation we are using to generate knowledge and skills. And I have a 15 years experience using online teaching and learning, and I have a good experience in Nepal, and we do improvise different kind of things, even going nearer to the ridge line. When I go to village, now I'm here because of the COVID lockdown, but while I'm in Nepal, in my village, I have to go near to the ridge line of my house, 5 minutes walk. Then only I will be able to do my internet and connecting with the network and teaching and learning process, teaching MPhil students of Nepal Open University. So these are the thing what this information technology and technology has changed and converted and brought us into this stage. And I'll give you some of the, that is the reason why I said that there's no distance, there's only online learning. And distance is used to be in 1969 when Open University of United Kingdom came into existence, but that is now online, and we are doing this conference as well as online in one platform. In my experience, this technology, this online technology, this information technology is that strong and that moving fast. And now I think, I do not know, we are whether we are driving information technology or technology is driving us. But this is very powerful. And I'll give you one or two my experience. Last year, France to Switzerland, nearby the no man's land, I used my mobile phone, as Professor Luskin has shown us, mobile phone to use, phone to teach in Nepal, MPhil student from NOU on the move, in the bus, on the move. I've just requested permission, and I was just listening their presentation and only minimize my talking and input, and able to do my lesson, 3-hour lessons, all the way from across the no man's land. That is on the move. And the other experience, while I was in my village last year, after that, after summer last year, I will just in my cardamom farming, and Vice Chancellor of Open University, I received, there was a Teams was ringing, and I just checked my mobile. There was a call from Vice Chancellor of Nepal Open University, and he asked me, "Where are you, Chandra?" And I said, "I'm just I'm in the middle of the cardamom farming. I'm in my village, far away from Kathmandu." And he said, "Will you be able to attend a meeting with the scholars from Finland?" And I said, "Okay, we'll go for." And I was able to do that even in the middle of the cardamom farming to complete that meeting and achieve our goal. So that indicates how strong these technologies in the teaching and learning process and communicating, and there is no boundaries, and there is no international boundaries and borders, and we're all jailed in one place and erasing the distance and coming together in online mode. We are another example I'm going to give you. Those who are here participating and moderating and conducting this conference are the majority, and all of them are, I think majority are from MPhil scholars from Nepal Open University. And they have learned all this skill, moderating skill, presenting skills, and knowledge and skills by means of online learning, not meeting, not going into the classroom, beyond the boundaries of the classroom, sitting in different parts of the country, Nepal, across the country, from Taplejung to Dachula, from Koilali to Jhapa, their sitting room, resting place, wherever they are comfortable on their own pace, they were able to use this technology and generating knowledge. And now they are here in the process of generating knowledge and skills and participating internationally and presenting their skill to the international scholars like Professor Luskin and Professor Sharma. This is what the power of information technology and the technology we are currently. And this is moving ahead, as Mark Scheller has written in his book. This is moving ahead, not in a day, not in a second, it in a fraction will change, keep changing. So to catch up this fast changing, speed, acceleration, we need to accelerate our learning as well. We need to continuation, otherwise we'll become obsolete. Especially those knowledge-based in technology and mechanical-based knowledge will obsolete within 24 hours, and other kind of knowledge also will obsolete if we do not keep learning continuously. So that is the reason why the lifelong learning is necessary, and learning need to be lifelong. And in the process, and if we successfully apply the continuation learning and the advancement of technology, then we'll be able to convert our community and society learning to knowledge-based society, global society, and that sooner or later convert into knowledge economy. That is what we are looking, and that is what we are trying to materialize, concretize, and solidify to face the changing challenges like COVID. Thank you very much. You're muted, Tirsa.
You are mute. You are on mute.
Thank you, Dr. Lokzamba, for your insightful ideas. So now we'd like to go to Dr. Luskin again. Dr. Luskin, many universities in the developing countries like Nepal faced different difficulties in terms of technological preparations and use for effective online teaching and learning practices during COVID-19 pandemic. And still they are facing multiple challenges. Very briefly, what kinds of models they could follow so that they could improve their online teaching and learning practices? So what do you like to say on it?
Well, two things. One is you have to personalize the learning experience, especially now, because it's called remote learning or whatever. And there's not enough contact in many cases between the teacher and the students. If you're going to do it in education, you really have to take the initiative to communicate with the students, because the students are lost, especially now. In the United States, there's been such a large-scale shift, and the people haven't been educated in the process enough yet. So the number one thing you can do is maintain your communication, because all communication is critical, and you can't just make assignments and expect them to come back, because many of the students are just, I would call them, partially lost.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Luskin. Okay. I like to come to Dr. Sharma. Dr. Sharma, can you share your observation on the technological preparations and use of the universities of South Asian countries like Nepal, India? What do you think, what we missed or we had to do for better practice of online teaching and learning practices during COVID-19 pandemic? Or how can we improve the situation?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Katka. I think one of the important factors is to understand that how we can improve online facilitation. That is very much important. And online facilitation, it works on various principles. Let me share some of them, that how we can understand our learners better, the way of the pedagogical principles they are adopted for that, and the involvement of the tool for that. And important thing here is that when we are into online discussions, then there are certain terms which we have used, like engagement of them, interactions, learning conversations, and summarizing and weaving of the discussions, the thoughts which are shared by them. As a teacher, how we can do that? So that is very much important, and how we can promote reflective learning among the students, like the kind of articulation, commenting, and providing feedback. Since Nepal Open University is organizing this, in distance education, those of you who are from distance education field, and if you have developed a curriculum for distance education, you may be knowing that we say that in distance education, for feedback, for evaluation and assessment purpose, there are around 8 or 9 kind of comments, which as a teacher, which give on the assessment for the students, like positive comment, negative comment, hollow comment. Hollow means you just said something okay. I mean, okay doesn't mean anything. So there are these kind of things which we need to be focusing to make these things successful.
Okay, thank you, Sharma, Dr. Sharma. Now, I'd like to request Dr. Sandra Lokzamba. Dr. Lokzamba, despite living in the West and contributing in the academia here, you are also contributing in the universities of Nepal. So what factors should we consider in order to manage properly the students' enrollment, smooth learning, and successful online, successful completion of their courses in the universities of Nepal? Could you share some of the ideas, Dr. Lokzamba?
Thank you. Thank you very much. The question you have raised, we have already answered by our practical work by the Nepal Open University. I'm here since, for example, I'm here since March, February here, and using these online methods, means this technology. We have enrolled students from different parts of the country by taking entrance exam, and by means of contact session, we carried out induction program, then successfully completed the whole semester, and the batch which we have done in that way is now sitting for the exam in next week. And I'm here, I never seen them. I'm working from here, and the other our colleagues are working from different part of the country, and the majority are in Kathmandu, and we are just successfully deliver the whole, semester, and assignment as well, and also conducted examinations, one lot of examination about a month ago, and the next one is going to be in a week time. So this is an example how effectively we are using, and how effectively we are successful. And I think yourself, who participated, who said exam on that model, isn't it? Spending a month, spending a week for one subject and writing, and lots of students' comments were. It was very effective, effective than 4 hours writing, and effective and generated more knowledge. So these are the indicators of successful, how successfully Nepal Open University conducted exam and all these things. And because of the COVID-19 also added more strength and flavor to online teaching and learning in Nepal. Otherwise, other universities, existing conventional university used to hesitate to take online mode of, and they were just hesitate whether what kind of knowledge is generating by the NOU. But our this practical, what we are doing currently, and what the knowledge generated by our teaching and learning process, what currently yourself moderating this conference very successfully in the manner highly, there is no any differences from any product of Harvard and Oxford or Delhi or Ambedkar University. There's no different. So that is the indication how successfully online teaching and learning conducted and knowledge imparted to our learners. And this is the indicator which our two professors, Professor Luskin and Professor Sharma, are able to seeing and experiencing with us. Thank you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lokzamba, for a beautiful idea. Now we are entering into the QA session, QA round. Jenny, over to you.
Thank you, Athir. Actually, we are also running a little out of time. We already are in 12, it's 12:16 here. That means we have around 10 to 12 minutes. So in this short time, I couldn't see much question there in the chat box, but there was one from Dr. Edward. It was quite early. He put the question there quite early. And I would like to ask the same question to all the three panelists, and I want you to answer them. Though Dr. Sharma has tried to speak on that. He has even shared the link over there, but I would like to request you to speak it out here within the short time frame. And the question, I'll put it for every one of you. What not to do in implementing online technologies? What not to do? So in few minutes, Dr. Luskin, I would like to start from you, Dr. Luskin.
That's a hard question, what not to do. I think that the biggest thing not to do is to not make things overcomplicated and bring as much help as you can until people get more sophisticated, because systems the learning systems are very complicated, especially for people who haven't had a lot of experience. So I think always think simple and always reach out and think about communication with the student.
Thank you. Thank you for your enlightenment over there. Okay, now the same question, Dr. Sharma, you have already tried to answer it there, but I would want to listen to that for all the participants here. Please, something on that one.
Okay, there are few things if we want to make it successful. Number one is that keep the communication channel on. So if we are saying it, what not to do is that it will be very bad that if we do not reply to the communications or emails of the students, and then giving them the proper space, the kind of respect. Do not show bias, do not be ambiguous, do not ignore the participants, and these are very important things, because if that happens, a student goes back, and not only one student will go back, along with them 10 more students may drop and go back. So those are the things not to do. Never ignore, do not ignore, do not fail in replying to the communications to the participants properly.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. That was really in time. And now, Dr. Luxembourg, yes, anything more to add on it from your side?
Could you repeat question again, please?
Okay,
I
okay.
just missed out a few things because of the network.
Fine. What not to do in implementing online technologies? What not to do on implementing them? Online technologies, probably in classes, in education modality, is what not to do. Yes.
Right. This is the online mode of teaching learning is it's a quite tricky one as well. So to avoid all these things, I think if it is possible, not to, I mean, always make your students visible. I mean, so then you can at least be able to interact with them naturally. So you'll be able to see their body languages and all these things. If you put them in hide, I mean, video off, then you'll not be able to see whether your students are there or not. Sometimes they will just switch on and just disappear from the scene. That is what I think we have to stop and not to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely. Now there is one special question. I think it is for Luxembourg sir, to Luxembourg sir. There is your name on it, so probably it is you who have to answer this one. How much share that the knowledge power takes in teachers, in particular classroom interpretive of technology, maybe interpretation of technology?
How much power?
How much share that the knowledge power takes in teachers, in particular classroom, irrespective of technology, how much share that the knowledge power takes in teachers, in particular classroom, irrespective of technology, by Ved Prasad.
Irrespective of
technology.
Irrespective of technology, how much, I mean, power will be
A knowledge power. Yes, that a teacher
knowledge power will be shared.
No, I think it means how much share of knowledge power. That means how much power the knowledge or the experience of the teachers share, even though we have technology. If it is not there, probably.
May I add a very simple point,
sure.
and what my concept is there.
Fine, yes.
As a teacher, we believe that we should be subject matter experts.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the basic thing which is expected from all of the teachers. But there is another reality is that we cannot remember, we cannot know whole of the subject because there was so much developments happening every day. So my belief is that if I do not know a thing, anything, it means if there is any concept of what, I should be knowing that from where I can find that.
Yeah.
You know, I may not be knowing something, but I should know that where I can find that information.
Yes.
So to me, the answer to this question is that we should nowadays be more acting as a facilitator of learning rather than teacher or teaching some concept. Let us show the path, because it is the era of an independent learner, the self-independent learner. Those of you who have some science background, or if you are teaching your kids science subjects, you know that we call it as DIY, do it yourself. There are many DIY kits available in the market for various things. In learning, in education, we have converted that term to LIY, learn it yourself. My job is that I will guide you, I will tell you that you can find it from there and learn it from there. So that goes into that as a teacher, as a facilitator of learning. And here the technology can be a tool, but you may not be even using the technology. And another question of Ed Valva, when he was asking what not to do, is never use a kind of technology which our students do not have access to. I may be an expert in Second Life. I have given just recently a presentation on virtual reality in a Turkey conference. But if I start teaching using that and my students, they are not able to use, my session is going to be failed. So
yeah, definitely.
I think that I can share on the basis of my experience.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now we are almost at the end of the session. It's already 12:25 as given time to us. So at the very end, if there is something you want to say in like probably 30 seconds, each panelist, if you like to add anything at the end, you may, and then we will go to, we will be ending the panel discussion for today. So Dr. Bernard or Dr. Sarma or Dr. Lakshmi, yes.
I would add a
yes. Yes.
I think this conference is very important. And I think the fact that we're here together is a major step with people from all over the world, from so many countries speaking together and beginning to work together, because the internet is pervasive. It goes everywhere, but there are geographic boundaries and language barriers. So the more experience we get together, working together, we're all going to do. So I think this is a milestone meeting to remember. And if we come back 10 years from now, it will be interesting to see what progress has been made.
Yeah, that's wonderful, Dr. Luskin. Now, Dr. Laksamba, you're...
Okay, right. We are talking about the information technology, and those are with the things those who are able to use and have. But where there are majority of, especially developing countries like Nepal, the majority have-nots are marginalized. Okay. And the knowledge is generating itself there, and that needs to be also bring into the mainstream, and which is really important to think about those who are currently talking about the information technologies you are using in the teaching and learning. But there are huge mass of, learners are marginalized because of their economic capacity, not able to buy gadgets, what we're supposed to use for this one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Dr. Sarma?
Okay, I will have a quick, only 3 points to be submitted at the end. Be ready to take small risks, not big risks, small risks. Play with the ideas and keep an open mind. That is my concluding.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear valuable panelists, all the participants, my moderator friend Thiel. Thank you, everybody. We are happy that we were able to discuss on the, let's say, the most discussed topic on about online and distance learning in this COVID pandemic situation. Everyone, almost every day we talk about it, and we are using it. We are knowing its pros and cons, and we are still learning it. in Nepal, we are still in the learning phase. We are yet to reach to the places that Dr. Sharma or Dr. Ruskin or Dr. Laksambhai said. We are yet to reach to that height. By saying this much, I'd be saying goodbye. It's a goodbye from me, and hopefully meet you on some other platforms, on other places. Thank you so much. It's goodbye from my side. Third.
Okay, thank you, Jenny, and
Thank
thank you.
you.
Thank you very much.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Namaste.
Namaste to
and
everyone.
Namaste.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye, and have good time ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, now probably we have another station coming up after us. So it's a goodbye from us. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Good session.
Yeah. Namaste.
Hikmat Pandari.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We are hearing you, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now it's your turn now. Your whole session is yours.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone, and namaste, and warm welcome to you all in 2020 STAR Conference, Kathmandu. This is the parallel session in room number 1. It's me, Kamal Kesi, MPhil scholar, Nepal Open University.
Namaste, I am Hikmat Pandari, MPhil scholar, Nepal Open University.
Without delay, we are going to continue our parallel session. During this pandemic situation, even Nepal government and various private sectors also started television learning. On this situation, the experiences of secondary students, secondary level students, experiences on television learning in COVID-19 crisis. This research has been conducted by Motiram Sijapati, and he's going to present. Motiram Sijapati, sir, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, please, I would like to request you to present your research paper.
Could you allow me for screen sharing? Screen sharing, please. Let me share my screen. I am not able to share my screen. Could you please tell it to the host? Yeah, it's okay now.
Okay.
Good afternoon and namaste to everyone. I am Motiram Sijapati, an MPhil student of Nepal Open University, Faculty of Social Sciences and Education. Today, I would like to express my gratitude to Nepal Open University for providing me this opportunity to present my research title entitled Secondary Students' Experience of Learning on Television in COVID-19 Crisis in Nepal. At the same time, I would like to express my sincere thanks to my research group, Dr. Kardana, for providing me this opportunity as well as guidance. So, let me go further. For carrying out this research, I have broken my presentation down into 7 segments so as to clarify it very well. So first of all, I would like to talk about the context. After context, I will be following the problems identified. Then I will talk about the research questions, followed by research design. Then I will talk about the secondary students' experiences and their strategies to learn and to promote their learning, followed by findings. And finally, I will conclude my presentation with some of the questions asked by you. Let me go further. Moving further, when the whole world was terrified and it was baffled with the COVID-19 crisis, and everybody was locked and confined into the walls of the homes, it was really difficult to think about continuing learning and teaching activities, let alone be learning and teaching activities. We were not able to come out of the homes for daily supplies. Life was quite hectic and there were no hopes. People were hopeless, jobless, and aimless. At the same time, the government of Nepal, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, when they announced nationwide lockdown, the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology also scheduled a daily teaching and learning plan so that the students of secondary level could continue their learning and promote it. So how did this thought develop? It developed because available resources could be utilized well. Everybody, especially maximum of the people, especially a majority of the people had televisions at their homes. And if they could use the television for teaching learning purpose, it could enhance their learning and promote. So the government of Nepal, especially Ministry of Education, decided that that's why many students in urban areas could benefit, could be benefited well, and they utilize. And after that, various television channels from a nation, especially NET TV, Net TV, and this home, they started broadcasting, teaching, and learning online. That means on television, and students were highly benefited from that. So some of the problems were identified before that. Problems were there. There were many problems, including teaching, learning, health, and it was the problem related to the safety and security of the people. But if we are associated with teaching, learning field, we just focused on teaching, learning, and the learning problems. Especially in the time of COVID-19, many of the schools were shut down, stationaries were shut down, and especially students were quite worried about what to learn, where to get the books, like that. And parents also were equally worried about the burden carried out and given by COVID-19. In such scenario, there were so many problems and there was nobody to guide the people what to do and what not to do. So in this confusing situation, television has worked as a remedial instrument, and especially secondary students were highly benefited from that. So I just thought three questions about that. There were millions of questions at that time, but only three questions could occupy my mind. First one, how is secondary students' experience of learning by watching teachers' television on television during COVID-19? Because there were so many types of experiences, but I was just focusing on students' experience of learning and what strategies did they apply when they learned, and finally, how did they manage the time during their learning process? So three questions were given priority, and I just went for taking these three questions simultaneously in my research journey. So it was qualitative interpretive research design, and the semi-structured online interview was employed there. For that, I chose 3 urban schools, and I just obtained informed consent from the participant. They were voluntarily participated. And after that, I just sent a link in their personal messenger, and they were interviewed individually. The questions were related to the 3 research questions, and I just took 15 to 20 minutes to interview them individually. The data gathered from them were recorded in Zoom, and later on they were transcribed and they were thematically analyzed. And I also took the support of documents, especially archived documents, to do the data analysis. So when I just collected the documents and when I just took out the data and collected them, I found many of the students copying. Copying is not in the sense of cheating, it is in the sense of imitating. When the presenters and instructors used to teach on television, many of the students used to repeat the sentences, especially difficult terminologies related to science, related to physics, physics, now related to chemistry, and related to difficult terminology of English. They used to repeat that after the instructor, after the presenter. That's why some of the students told that they used copying strategies, and some of others told that they used problem solving. Problem solving was related to mathematics, science, and social science, because there were many problems, but the teachers used to present them on the screen, and students used to be thrilled or excited to learn from them, because they used to do that through the audio visual medium. That was very much interesting, because many of the students were guided by the traditional teaching and learning, and it was very new and innovative. That's where they could enhance their learning by looking their instructors on television. Next one was comparing and contrasting. Some of the students are told that they just followed strategies of comparing and contrasting, because there were many television presenters across the nation, and some of them liked some one, and some of them liked the other. So there was the comparison between presenters, and they could it could somehow develop the learning capacity of the student, and they could enhance it. And vocabulary learning was another way, and they just could watch movies, fiction, poems, and songs. And sometimes they listen to the songs. And this area provided the extensive learn it well, and they could continue their journey of learning. So moving further, language learning also, Nepali language was there, English language was there, because we are Nepali, but we are not well known about Nepali language. So when we speak and when we watch daily programs scheduled in television, it could help them to modify or to beautify their grammatical pattern as well as language skills. So some of the students told that during the pandemic, when they were quite idle and isolated, they could learn about cooking recipes, and they told that we are good cook because of looking the cooking recipes and guidelines on the television. So it could help them also. And it is another thing I found in my research is, many of the students told that they loved independent learning when they were bounded, and they were bounded under the inside the boundary of school premise, and they used to go inside school or class according to the heat of the bell, and they need to come out when the bell rings. But here in this situation, there was nobody to tell them go inside the classroom, come inside the outside the classroom, just to manage the line, and so on. So it was quite free time, and there was freedom and liberty. When the mind is free, it can learn well, it can think well, and it can utilize well. It was revealed in the research, because when in the school premise, if the student don't do the homework, there is the burden from everywhere. But this time there was no burden. There was nobody to talk with them. There was nobody to facilitate learning, but it was self-motivated learning, self-dependent learning, and it could help the student benefit very well, and they could learn very well. So some of the students told that I was 3 episodes with different subject. I usually was from 5 o'clock onwards, as I also study online, keep myself busy in the day. Navina Thapa Everest School. So I told one of the questions was there, so how could you manage the time in this pandemic? She told that there was the problem that I cannot manage the time. It is time every time, because I am free and there is time, and it is available for me, as nobody goes out of the home, television is there. So I am learning from this source, and it has ignited her to learn. I think we need to take television and online class for vocabulary. So one of the students, Narendra from Others School, told that television as well as online classes from computer and other means, it can be taken simultaneously to enhance learning. And another student, Bimala from British school told that I was television from 7 o'clock to 8 a.m. when my parents search for information on search, and other time parents was the television. So it was the good compromise between parents and their children. So it has been given the same management system to the student and their parents, so that they could somehow get news, and they can somehow continue their study in the same television, either it is old or new, because the pandemic made the people link with the cable if there was no cable network, and try to explore the learning from that resource which was available with them. So at the last, what I want to tell in my conclusion is learning on television enriched various skills. I wanted to explore the linguistic skills, but besides that, it could somehow help the students and secondary students learn various skills, social skills, cultural skills, and linguistic skills. Social skills, many of the students, when they just watched comedy shows, when they watched the live sessions, when they watched the live session about motivation, they could motivate themselves and they could present well. They could know about intercultural relationship and so many things they could learn except linguistic skills, reading, writing, speaking, and other. So sometimes it brought some challenges as it depend on regular power supply. So it is one of the disappointing factor when the students were in the process of learning. In the meantime, there was the power cut, and their curiosity and the enthusiasm to learn got demotivated, and they could not learn well. So there are high chances of learning on television if on condition that if we can manage the alternative of power, especially power cut, and at that time if we can manage alternative power to continue the television learning, it can be beneficial. So television teaching can be integrated in different levels with proper designing system of assessment and feedback. So one of the students told that in my school, especially teachers used to provide me the correction with feedback, and here there is no feedback and there is no assessment. That's why this cannot be as equally important as physical classes. So if we just if the television system with the design of assessment and feedback will be provided, then the students can easily be benefited and it can help in different levels. So further research are required to explore the degree of significance. How important is it? Is it important for all levels or only for secondary level? Is it important to be taught in master levels or level higher than that? It should be researched in the coming days so that it can fill the research gap and provide the learners with sufficient time and sufficient benefits for the research. So this is the end of my presentation. Over to you, Himmat sir.
Thank you, Motiram sir. You have nice presentation. You well done. And I would like to request the participants, if you have any questions regarding to the presentation of Motiram sir, please you can raise the questions on his presentation. If anybody, please.
Okay, thank you, Motiram Sijapati, for your wonderful presentation. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And a very nice presentation, well organized presentation. My query is, what about the students' addicted habit towards the television program, other programs, and movies as well? Motiram Sijapati, sir, can you tell about
Please
that?
repeat it once again? Yeah.
Yeah. What about the students' habit of watching television as an addiction to different programs as well as movies?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the good question. Especially the time is of fashion and modernization. And if we don't tell the student to watch the television for their leisure time, that means we will be violating their rules and rights. But many students in this pandemic were guided by their guardians. Their guardians have allocated them the time to watch television. So in this time, addiction is there. It is here to stay unless we guide our children from our side. Especially if there is no good guardianship, students will be addicted either from television or from other means of learning. But if there is good guidance and supervision and monitoring, there is no way that there will be addiction. It will be one of the instrument for learning, and if we can use it well. But it can be the source of addiction also if they will be given liberty without any mechanism to monitor them. So I think that addiction is there, but we must be there to care them, to guide them, and to monitor them to reduce and remove the addiction. Thank you, sir.
So parents' role is important there. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
I have some suggestion for Motiram Sijapati, sir. Can I do, sir?
Yes, please.
Sir, I'll be happy to hear it, sir.
Motiram, sir. This is a type of distance learning. Television learning is kind of distance learning, not online. And then Nepal Open University United Kingdom used to use quite a lot, preparing all lessons and delivering everything on television and contracting media like BBC and local channels and giving time, specific time, just like we used to Nepal television, Nepal radio also used to run something teacher training long time ago and other thing. The similar way of thing Open University used to run, and it was but now it is superseded. I mean overtaken by online learning. No more. You can't find, there's no any television learning, teaching and learning process. But you can, if you look into the literature basis, if you go into the Open University United Kingdom's site, I think archives, you'll be able to find lots of information about this and you'll be able to use for your research. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable suggestions.
Okay, thank you, Chandra sir. Anybody, please, we have just 1 minute. If you have any other questions to the Motiram sir, please. So I haven't got any questions on the chat box as well. If you have, please.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I would like to thank our Chandra Laksama sir, and I would like to thank all the participants, and especially I would like to thank my moderator Hikmat sir and the next moderator. And I will be expecting your comments and suggestions for the betterment of my presentation. Thank you. Have a good time.
Okay, thank you,
Motiram sir.
Yes. Now we have the another presenter. Our next presenter is Mr. Rishiraj Sharma, MPhil Scholars of Nepal Open University. He will present the topics on the stakeholder perceptions in the participation of the policy making and the program development in local level of Nepal's. Rishi sir, are you there?
Yes, Hikmat sir.
Yes,
I am here.
Proceed your presentation, sir.
Thank you very much, Hikmat sir and Kamal Kesi sir. Good afternoon to respected professors, gurus, and friends. I'm very much pleased to be the part of this STAR conference because of this very great opportunity to present my research work here. Let me share screen. Is it visible, Hikmat sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, please. Yes, Rishi sir. Yes.
Okay. Stakeholders' perception in participation of policy making and program development in local level of Nepal. First of all, I would like to express my hearty gratitude to Chandra Laksama and Jeevan Khanal sir for giving me good guidance to research in this topic, stakeholders' perception and participation of policy making and program development in local level of Nepal. Namaste again from Rishiraj Sharma, MPhil Scholar, Nepal Open University. While talking about the context or introduction of this research work, Constitution of Nepal has provided 23 rights to the local government through Local Government Operation Act, but the local level have been formulating their policies and program in different ways. We can see the different type of systems in different municipalities. For example, some of the local government have been making their one policy themselves, and others have been making the policy according to the federal policy. If we talk about education policy, we have not seen the federal act even yet, or it is not published. Without publishing the federal act in education, local government have been making their one act and policy somewhere, and some of them have been functioning their work on the basis of only frameworks. So there is differences in different municipalities. And because of controversy of some agendas among province and the government, some of the matters have come into the court also. So how the policies are formulated in the local level, what is the perception of stakeholder about policy making process is the key point of this research work. According to the schedule number 8 of Constitution of Nepal, basic and secondary education is under the list of local level, so that local level can formulate the policy of education of secondary level. They can develop the program, but I have already told that the system of making policy, system of developing program is different, but their guideline is same. That is the operation local level, local government operation act 2074. So why this misunderstanding created? What is the perception of stakeholder to make the policy in local level is the context of this research work. Now, purpose of this research work is to explore the perception of the stakeholder in participation in policy making and program development in local level, or to find out the ways to participate effectively in policy making and program development. How the stakeholders have been participating, either they are involving or not, or the policies are making from bottom-up approach or top-down approach. So what is the perception of stakeholder and what are the ways of involving or how they participate is the purpose of this study. Now, so on the basis of the purpose, I have designed 2 research questions. How do stakeholders perceive the participation of policy making and program development in the local level? And how do the stakeholders suggest the ways to participate effectively policy making and program development in local? Actually, this study, I think this study is very important at the present scenario of Nepal, because after the establishment of federal government, there are 753 local government, and they have been practicing to develop the program and formulate the policies. They are in even misunderstanding. They are even in confusion how to make. Even the member of municipal and village assembly are in confusion how to pass the policies, how to formulate the policies. So that to find out the stakeholder participations, to find out the ways of participating them, or to find out the system of tying them in the policy making process is the main subject of the research work. So these 2 research questions are designed. I have reviewed several literatures related to stakeholder participation and policy and program development and its international practices, how people of local level, how the stakeholders of local level formulate the policies in international scenario, and national practice of policy formulation. And while reviewing the literature, I reviewed the National Education Policy 2076 also. This is the conceptual framework of my research work: policy making and program development at local level, and actually their understanding and their ways, how they perceive, what is the system of planning, implementing, monitoring, and evaluating. And actually from top-down approach in the past, when the country was not in federal system, the policy used to make in center. But now it is the practice of making policy in a local level, so that it's very necessary to study the way or the system of planning, implementing, monitoring, and evaluating in the local level. So actually, while talking about theoretical perspective of this research work, Lenny's record participation management theory is linked with this research work. So at last, participation in policy making and program development in local level, the research work will be fulfilled, or this conceptual framework guided the research work. Methodology, actually this is qualitative research, and a constructivist paradigm is used here. Research design is phenomenology, and in-depth interview actually was conducted, and purposive sampling. I actually, while talking about methodology, I select the sample on the basis of my proposal. It is purposive sampling, and the 3 municipality, Kolpur municipality, Raptisunari village municipality, and Naranapur village municipality, where the municipality from where I obtained the data. And actually, I would like to provide my great credit to Ananta Kumar Podil. He is the Chief of Education Sport, Youth and Sport branch of Kolpur municipality, who provided me several data and the formulated act, rule, and regulation in Kolpur municipality. So credit goes to him, and I want to remember his contribution in my research work. while talking about methodology, I choose 3 municipalities to obtain the data. Findings. All the members of municipal assembly are not clear about the rights of Local Government Operation Act. Members of municipal and village assembly are responsible. They are main stakeholders to formulate the policy, but even they are in confusion, or they are not completely clear about what the Local Government Operation Act says. They are not oriented properly. One of the member of village assembly who was 45 years old during interview, he told that they are in confusion. Only the branch, the head of the branch brought the draft of policy, and they clarify the policy in the village or municipal assembly, and they have to agree. This means that even the member of municipal assembly and village assembly are even in confusion about what is their right and how they make policy. All the stakeholders do not participate in policy making process because of the lack of system. Actually, the systems are not developed in local level, how to tie all the stakeholders. If we talk about education policy, students, guardians, member of SMC, member of PTA are the prime stakeholders, but they are not involved in the local level policy making process yet. I interviewed with them, with the member of chairperson of SMC and chairperson of PTA, but they responded that they are laden to implement the policy in the school, but they don't know where and how the policies are made in local level. They are not even invited to policy formulation and program development process in the local level. They have not been there yet, so that all the stakeholders are not participating in policy making process. So the system should be developed. The representative of local level are not properly oriented. Actually, when I interviewed with the member of village and municipal assembly, with deputy mayor and mayor also, actually mayor and deputy mayor are a little bit, mostly they are clear, but other members of village assembly are unaware how the policies are made. Actually, they obey, or they, now what you have to say, agree those policies which are made in the branches of the municipal office, and the head of the branch is bring the policies, and they have to agree, clapping in the village assembly. So they are still in confusion. This means they are not properly oriented about policy making process. So teacher, students, member of SMC are not involved in the policy making process because they are not tied by the system. So it is necessary to it is necessary to build, or it is necessary to what we have to design the system, how to tie all the stakeholders, how to make their ownership in the policy making process of local level. It is necessary. So that systems should be built in local level to tie them, to make them involved in policy making process. And formulating dynamic plans, but structural plans are in indifference. This means structural plans are necessary. First of all, structural plans only guide how to make the involvement or effective involvement of the stakeholders. So structural plans are necessary together with the dynamic plans. So dynamic plans are focused there in local level or by the local government, but making structural plans are lack, or structural plans are in indifference. They are ignoring the structural plans in local level. Some of the members of municipal assembly felt guilty because that they have much ideas about policy formation. One of the member of village assembly of Raptisunari municipality told me during interview that they feel guilty because some of the people ask them about the policy, but they don't know how they made and what is there in the policy. They could not answer to the citizen or to the people of their area, so that they feel guilty and they need some kind of orientation. And they replied that they told me that it is very necessary to discuss in the small group, small session or small group before presenting in the village assembly, so that they could be very clear about what and how and what are the policies, so that they are feeling guilty. This means even after the 3 years of time, they are not completely oriented about the policy making process. They received some designed policies from somewhere and they agreed in the village and municipal assembly and they passed. This is the present system of local level in Nepal about policy making process. So they told during the interview that head of the branches clarifies clarifies the policies, and it passes in the municipal assembly. This means every branches of the municipal office brings, or the head of, or the expert, or head of the branches brings the policies, and they clarifies, and the village and municipal assembly, member of village and municipal assembly think that they are the expert, and that should be agreed. In this way, this is the system of passing policies and programs in a local level. Some of the stakeholders are only led in to implement the policies, or they are actually, if we talk about education policy, especially the prime stakeholders means teachers, head teachers, SMC member, students. They never attend in the policy making process, but they are obliged to implement in school, so that some of the stakeholders, which are prime stakeholder, if they participate in the policy making process, they can put their very good agendas representing the guardians, etc. But this is lack because of the system of local level, which is not actually built in the local level. So now recommendation: system of including all the stakeholders should be built in local level. Legal provisions should be made so that all the stakeholders can legally participate in making process. Bottom-up approach should be applied in the needs of society are addressed. Policy making process should be addressed to address the diversity of the society. All the members of municipal and village assembly have equal opportunity to participate in the discussion. These are the recommendation of my research work, and I want to again express my hearty gratitude to Jivan Khanal sir, Chandra Laxamba sir for very good guidance for this research study. And I want to give my great credit to the chief of education, sport and youth branch of Kolhapur municipality, Anant Kumar Podel sir, for his great contribution for my research work. And thank you very much, Hikmat sir and Kamal sir. This is my presentation, and queries are welcome, and I am waiting for your very valuable questions. Thank you very much, Hikmat sir and Kamal sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rishiraj Sharma, for wonderful presentation. Now, I would like to request all the participants to put their queries and suggestions if you have. Please. In the chat box, there are so praiseworthy words for Rishiraj Sharma sir. From Parasmani Acharya, awesome presentation. From KP Lamsal, wonderful presentation. Once again, I request participants to put their queries or suggestions, please.
Can I make some suggestion to Rishi Sharma sir?
Yes, sir. Dr. Chandra sir, please, sir.
Thank you. Rishi sir, interpretivism in methodology, interpretivism is yes, but you have to think about constructivism, and you have to add in-depth interview, in-depth phenomenology. So if there is a phenomenology design, you have to go in-depth. Purposive sampling is okay, but you are going to purposefully select the policymaker locally, those who has the same experience. So how you are going to select your and justify your sample, purposive sampling? First, how you are going to get, how many municipality you're going to, at least you need 8 to 10.
Thank you very much.
Person to answer, experiencing same experience.
Thank you very much, sir.
In the making policy.
Thank you very much, sir, for very good suggestion about methodology. And the last query about selecting the 8 and 9 municipalities regarding purposive sampling. I conducted interview, face-to-face interview in 3 municipalities of Banka district, and I received Education Act and Framework from 3 municipalities of Dang and 3 municipalities of Bardia. From 6 municipalities, I received the secondary data, means the formulated act and rule, regulation and framework of their municipality, and I conducted interview, face-to-face interview, in-depth interview with the stakeholders in 3 municipalities of Banka districts. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so this is the proposal you are going to use for your MPhil, or this presentation in the basis of your journal article?
Actually, this is for journal article to publish in journal, sir. But for MPhil thesis, I will start my study and I will increase the data and everything. But actually, it was done for journal article.
Okay, right. In that case, I think you better take 8 to 10 samples having same experience, policy making process, what they are feeling experience, and the guidance is not clear. That kind of experience, I think they're facing currently by the local level of policy makers in the context of education.
Thank you, sir.
Am I right? So that is, you have to go in depth interview how they are feeling. Okay, that is my suggestion. Thank you very much,
sir. I will try my better in this.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra Laksama, for your precious suggestions regarding Rishiraj Sharma, sir. Can you see chat box? There is one question from B. Prasad Acharya. Rishiraj Sharma, sir. And the question is, as you said, what kind of problems did you face during data collection?
Thank you very much, sir, for question. Actually, while collecting data, actually some of the municipalities are the branch of education, youth and sport were a little bit doubtful to give me the act and rule regulation of them formulated there, because actually they are also in confusion that some of the rules and regulation may be controversy with the federal act and etc. So it was a little bit difficult to get all the data like frameworks, rules and regulation. But in other context, it was easy to obtain the data. I did not find other difficulties. Thank you, Bim sir. Bim sir, for your very good question.
I think there are no more queries regarding this presentation.
Do we have time for a question? Okay, I would like to ask a question if you have some time.
Sorry, sir, just time is over. You can put your queries on chat box and Rishiraj Sharma will address you personally. The time is over.
No problem. Okay.
Okay. Now we'd like to request to proceed another moderator, Dr. Kate Wright.
Yes, we will have the break.
Greetings, namaste. Let's see here. Let me just check one thing here. Okay, have a presentation on to showcase Nepali culture. Okay, I want to verify that everyone can see an image of Dr. Dr. Chomsky. Can everyone see an image of Dr. Chomsky?
Yes, okay. Sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Okay, excellent. Okay, so again, I'm pleased to have another opportunity to showcase Nepali culture. And this is starting with a statement with Dr. Chomsky on internationalism. Then we'll proceed on to women in art and including cultural dances, music, and some short stories. This will promote a variety of different aspects of specific areas and indigenous people of Nepali, their voices, and also the other aspect of Nepal tourism. I want to thank you for watching.
Do you think the world is turning more authoritarian, more anti-people, more anti-human?
And do you think the socialist alternative are more relevant in days to come?
Things are going in both directions. The question is which will prevail. It's a major crisis. At the international level, there is, on the one hand, the progressive international. On the other hand, there's a reactionary international being crafted from Washington, the White House, the Trump administration. Includes Bolsonaro's Brazil, Modi's India, al-Sisi's Egypt, Orban's the Gulf dictatorships, MBS in Saudi Arabia, Orban's Hungary. That's one constellation. Progressive International is another constellation. It's a major conflict that's going to determine the fate of the world.
Mithila paintings have been practiced in southeastern Nepal for centuries, but Sailu never thought she would be doing this professionally. A few years ago, she was in a marriage where she didn't have much say, and she went through depression when her husband left for another woman. That is when she turned to the art to find release and independence.
There has been a lot of changes in my life since I started making Mithila paintings. I've been earning money, I have a son, my husband is living with another woman. I'm living a good life.
Many women in Janakpur are repressed and aren't given much choices.
Women have to cover their faces and they're not allowed to talk to anyone. They have to stay inside the house. And if a woman talks to anyone, she's beaten. They've been put under a lot of pressure.
But with Mithila art, many women like Sailu are opening up. After waking up and preparing her food, she goes to the Janakpur Women Development Center and spends the rest of her day drawing. Traditionally, Mithila images were drawn on mud walls, but they now feature on clothes, handmade papers and canvases. The center has also helped commercialize the art, and these women can now sell their artworks in touristic areas in Nepal and abroad. Mithila art is made mostly during festivals celebrating marriages and births, religious and social events and ceremonies. The paintings often depict deities from the ancient epics, such as the marriage rituals of Lord Ram and Sita and different kinds of animals and trees.
In Mithila art, we draw pointed noses. The nose is drawn small and eyes big. Madesi has big eyes, and that is why we make pictures with big eyes. This is what separates Mithila art from other art forms.
And with the money, Sailu now got a new life. Many women like her are able to send their children to school, build toilets, support their families, and even buy lands. It's a skill that is passed down from generation to generation, from mother to daughter. And Sailu wants more women to learn this art.
I want to teach Mithila art to my daughter-in-law, so that even if my son doesn't give her money, she can use her skills to have a good life like myself. I want to teach this art to other artists and make their life easier. I want to make them big artists.
We wanted to do is to organize the first large exhibition on contemporary art from Nepal in Europe. this was maybe the main motivation. And the second one, and I would say equally important, was a very personal interest. Because for me, myself, it was a new experience to learn what's going on in the contemporary art scene.
It's of course contemporary art, but also where all artists or artwork after 1950 we have brought in, both contemporary and traditional, and also from Mithila. So these are the three areas covered. There are several more. Nearly 50 artists have come here, are showing their paintings, their work, and about 100 artworks. So such a large number of artworks of Nepal has not been shown in European cities, perhaps nowhere else, and such a variety.
This is an ethnographic museum which showcases collections of different parts of the world of very early periods. And when it was decided to make this exhibition of contemporary art, it was very important to show that contemporary art of Nepal does not only mean these modern arts, but then the very traditional art that has been practiced in Nepal since the 5th and 6th and even earlier centuries is still continuing today.
I think normally when people come to see Nepali art, they expect the traditional art, the religious art, but they would not expect contemporary art. And of course, this is so important to bring together the tradition, the traditional notion, and to see what is going on at the moment in Nepal, to see the vibrant scene of the contemporary art in Nepal, to also to see that a lot of women are being active in a creative way, and to see the mixture between tradition, global impact, international, and I think this will be such a big surprise for many people coming to see the exhibition.
मलाई त एकदमै खुसी लागेको छ विशेष गरेर यत्रो ठुलो म्युजियममा हामी नेपालीहरूले चान्स पाउने धेरै ठुलो कुरा हो र यति सामानहरू उहाँहरूले लिएर आउनु भएको छ कलेक्ट गरेर हाम्रो विशेष गरेर आइ एम सो ह्याप्पी किनभने हाम्रो यङ आर्टिस्टहरूले यति चान्स पाएको छ यसमा मलाई आइ एम रियली ग्रेटफुल टु दिस न्यूज
I think this is very important exhibition as a Nepali artist exhibiting outside of Nepal. Individually, I have been traveled around, exhibited in different museums and galleries internationally around the globe. But it is in individual level, as an personal individual level. But having this into the this scale, it's significantly important.
आंसू खसाली रोई रहे थे जीवन बन को बीच खोजी खोजी कतई न पाई मेरा मन का चीज टूटे फुटे का आशा माथी नयन दुखी का नीरा कहाँ कहाँ को कता कता को मेरो मन को पीरा लालसाले मोहनी को रूप गरी धारणा बोली गहना झल्काई रुन्छौ तिमी कुन कारण विलास को यो महल मनोहर हुन्छु म तिम्री रानी मैले बोले हुन्छ सबै यो भोलि धुलो र खरानी कुबेर बोले नोकरी लेऊ दिन्छु म दौलत अनगिन्ती मेरा सेवक हेर उज्याला सेज सुनौला झुल्छन् ती मैले बोले धनका मालिक सम्झन्छु धनको मोल अन्तस्करणको स्वतन्त्रता यो तर छ आहा अनमोल
ताज सुनौलो माथ लगाई यस आई फुसलायो मेरो पछि पछि आऊ भाइ मौका सुन्दर आयो छाँट काँटमा मिलिकन आऊ परिचित गर्छु तिमीलाई मैले बोले चित्रा लाउँछु टेक्दछु सत्यमा भाइ शक्ति प्रियाले आई बोलिन् दिन्छु म मिठो मेवा मैले बोले मेरो अमृत मानिसहरूको सेवा योगी बोले चढाऊ समाधि खुल्छ तिमीकन स्वर्गद्वार मैले बोले हेर्नु छ मैले भाइहरूको घरबार बोले इन्द्र छ सुरपुर सुन्दर झिलिमिली मेरो दरबार मैले बोले बाल्नु छ बत्ती अझ छ अँध्यारो संसार दुःखले बोल्यो काँडा बिचला मैले बोले फुल्ला फुल शङ्का बोली फुल न फुल्ला मैले बोले स्वस्थ छ मूल जीवन बोल्यो समर छ भीषण मैले बोले गदगद वीर कठिनाइले बोली पहाड छ बोले छुन्छु कि स्वर्गै शिर धर्म बोले कुन मन्दिरमा पूजा गर्छौ आऊ मैले बोले वीरहरूको बलिदान भएको ठाउँ सहानुभूतिले सकरुण बोलिन् तब किन रुन्छौ भाइ मैले बोले समय छ छोटो सेवा गर्न मलाई दोस्त कहाँ छन् साथ छ को घर हो तिम्रो कुन देश जान्छौ कुन पुर भवन मुसाफिर ल्यायौ कुन सन्देश दोस्त मेरो शुभ उद्योगी साथ छ साहस बेश विश्व सबै घर हृदयपुरीतिर ल्याउँछु सेवा सन्देश अब नमछु न तिमी नै छौ बोला बोला पाखाहरू यो फुलले काखहरू बोला बोला पाखाहरू यो फुलले काखहरू किन होला हिजो आज बाटो छेक्छन् आँखाहरू आँखाहरू हो आँखाहरू आँखाहरू हो आँखाहरू त्यही रातको कुरा
हो यो हाम्रो हिसाब किताब पुरा भयो हामी हिँड्दै थियौँ एक सडकमा एक कुनामा तिमी एक कुनामा म हो जाडो थियो साह्रो थियो हात छुटाउन साह्रै गाह्रो थियो बितेका क्षण सबै अति प्यारो थियो अब न म छु न तिमी नै छु सुन कथा एउटा गीतहरू हो या हो कि जित कस्तो साइनो बाँधी ल्यायो भन मेरो प्यारो मित यो कथा हो तृष्णा मेरो मुटुको पाना भरि भरि लेखेको सम्झाउँदैछु तिमीलाई यो कथा हो तृष्णा मेरो माया बसेछ मितेरी साइनोमा किन होला हिजो आज बाटो छेक्छन् आँखाहरू 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 बोला बोला पाखाहरू हिउँ फुल्ने काखहरू
चौबन्दीमा पटुकी बाँध्या छैन भन्दैमा पखेडीमा घाँस काट्न जाने छैन भन्दैमा मलाई नेपाली होइन भन्न कहाँ पाइन्
केही मिठो बात गर रात त्यसै ढल्किँदैछ केही मिठो बात गर रात त्यसै ढल्किँदैछ भरे फेरि एकान्तमा टाढा छु ठुलो हुँदै होइन तिमी पनि होइन म त ठुलो हुँदै होइन तिमी पनि होइन त्यसभन्दा ठुलो अरू केही पनि छैन केही पनि छैन म त ठुलो हुँदै होइन म त ठुलो हुँदै होइन देश छ र गाउँहरू छन् बास बस्ने ठाउँहरू छन् मन मेरो
सर्कस चाहिँ हैन अब जादुको संसार त सुन्ने लागेको थियो अनि त्यही भएर त्यहाँ मलाई चाहिँ जानु मन लागेको
त्यसपछि म 14 वर्षसम्म मेरो परिवारलाई भेट्न पाइनँ
भने अनि मम्मीहरूलाई चिन्छस् त भन्छ सबै बिर्सियो
अब होइन इन्डियाबाट ल्याएको यस्तो उस्तो नभनोस् कि हाम्रो काठमाडौँ मेहनत गरेर बिचराको आम्बाउ नभएको बच्चाहरूले यस्तो ट्यालेन्ट देखाइ भइरहेछ
आफ्नो मनको हो कि आफ्नो मन बाँध्न सक्ने मनलाई जित्नु पर्छ नानी
मलाई भन्न लाज लाग्दैन हाम्रो व्यथा सुनायो
The mountain children, they have to choose between their family or education. The children have to come here to get education because there is no school in the village areas. Once they reach here, there is no way that they can go back.
I am 17 years old and I have been studying here nearly 11 years.
When I came here, I was 4 years old.
I was sad that I was apart from my mom and dad. They don't love me. I'm very happy to be the part of Snowland, but I really miss my mom.
Now I'm packing my bag.
I'm very excited about the journey.
I'm going home to see my parents.
I'm going to meet my father.
I will throw my bag and take a big hug with her, and I think I will cry a lot.
That time will be one of the best memory of my life.
The journey home, it's much physically and emotionally demanding the children have ever done.
How are I gonna survive?
So the journey to my home is very dangerous.
Today it's very difficult day. I'm very nervous. My mother, why you send me away from you?
काठमाडौँमा जति पनि जल्दा बल्दा कलाकार गायकहरू अगाडि छन् नि तिनीहरूको पछि
बोलाएको सुन्दै सुन्दैन कहाँ उल्टा सिधा नाम बोलाएको मेरो नाम भक्तराज होइन बिर्स्यौ
कि उसे एक इंटेलिजेंस ऑफिसर और सीमा पे तैनात।
मुझे मालूम नहीं था कि नेपाल में आप जैसे सिंगर भी मौजूद हैं।
तो जानु न?
हाँ जाना।
पक्का जानु न?
जाँदै जानु म।
जानै जानु न?
Yes, we can. Yes. Excellent video. Yes. Namaste. Thank you. Beautiful, Thank you beautiful. Very well done. Thank you so much. You are welcome. Yes, I'm pleased to have had the opportunity to showcase these different aspects of the culture during the lunchtime and be able to promote this, the immense depth and beauty of which is intrinsic to the Nepalese culture. I thank everyone again for being part of the STARS Network and being here at this wonderful conference. And then I turn it again to Professor Mukherjee to your wonderful opportunity. Thank you. Namaste.
Excellent.
Hello. Am I audible? Sorry, my network actually gone. So I'm reconnected now. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
It's okay, sir.
Jivan sir, shall we start another session, or is there any changes on the time schedule?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Okay.
Proceed. Sir, namaste. Namaste. Prem sir.
Namaste, sir. Namaste.
Check that 140.
Good afternoon. Namaste. And good evening and late night, even for some of the panelists and colleagues. Thank you very much. Let us start another very interesting session, which is related to the higher education. So let me just quickly check. Actually, I'm Krishna Lamsal, MPhil scholar in third semester from Nepal Open University. And we are two persons actually co-host my colleague Shyam Prasad Pandey. So we will be actually facilitating this, moderating this session. So let me just quickly check whether our respected panelists are already with us or not. So, Dr. Rosalind, are you with us?
Yes, I am with us, and thank you very much.
Dr. Rosalind. She is actually from California. I think it's midnight. I think about 12 o'clock. I think midnight.
Yes, it is.
Krishna sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible now. You are audible now. Yes, sir. Continue.
Okay. Sorry, my network seems very unstable today, so I'm very. You may need to cover me. Actually, sorry for that. So I was just wondering. Whether our panelists are already with us. So
yes, yes, sir, yes.
I might have missed.
One of them are present now.
I was just wondering whether Dr. Rosalind was with us.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Then what about Dr. Mosami? Are you with us? Could you just please open your video? So I've seen. Okay. I've seen Dr. Prem already there. So welcome, Prem, in this session. So is Dr. Mosami is with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Dr. Mosami, are you there?
Yes, here. I'm waving.
Okay, yes, we are here. We are hearing you. Welcome. Yeah, thank you very much. So we have got three panelists, our very respected panelists, actually from different background and different experiences. So I think we will be benefiting actually to this panel discussion. So first of all, let me just quickly introduce our respected panelists. First, with Dr. Rosalind Ravi. Sorry, my pronunciation might not be correct. So anyway, she is from California State University and Department and Policy Studies. And Dr. Rosalind actually did PhD, and then she is the director of California Colleges for International CCIE, and it is a kind of non-profit consortium that represents. It's also the editor-in-chief for the Journal of Comparative and International Higher Education. In brief, it's called JCIHE. And JCIHE is always welcoming new submissions. I think that's good opportunity for, we like researchers. So, and that's also
Question, sir. It's not audible. Sorry. Krishna, sir, shall I continue?
Yes, you can. Oh.
Okay. Namaste, everybody. I'm Syam Prasad Pandey. I'm one of the MPhil scholar in Nepal Open University. My colleague Krishna was introducing Dr. Rosalind Rabi, and he was talking about a journal of comparative and international higher education. Dr. Rabi is the chief editor of this journal, and she is also a senior lecturer at California State University in Educational Leadership and Policy Studies Department, and she was also involved in University of Phoenix. Welcome, Dr. Rabi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam sir, for covering it. Actually, I've got many problems. IT problem today. I'm very sorry for that. So let me just briefly introduce Dr. Mukherjee. Dr. Mukherjee works as an associate professor and deputy director of International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building at UP Jindal Global University. She also serves as a founding executive director of the Center for Comparative and Global Education and member secretary of Research and Ethics Review Board at the university. And Dr. Mukherjee received her PhD degree in education policy and leadership from University of Melbourne, specializing in comparative and cross-cultural education. Her doctoral thesis received a runner-up for the 2020 Gail P. Kelly Award. Congratulations for that, and outstanding doctoral dissertation by the Comparative and International Education Society. She has also received several awards for research excellence and community engagement. So Dr. Mukherjee has 20 years of teaching and research experiences in India, the United States, Australia, and Middle East. She is one of the research standing committee member of the Old Council of Comparative Education Societies. She has published many research articles in internationally peer-reviewed journal and edited books published by reputed academic publishers. And her specialties are inclusive education, sustainable development, social, cultural, and philosophical foundations, and in education and comparative and international education, language teaching, methodology, globalization, and educational policy reform and policy analysis. You are most welcome, Dr. Mukherjee, to this panel discussion. So,
thank you.
Let me quickly introduce Dr. Prem Phak. Currently teaches as at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and he has published a wide range of topics related to language policy, multilingualism, and teachers education. His area of interest includes language, ideology, politics of English, critical pedagogy, and internationalization of higher education. He was actually, many of us may know that he was previously head of the English language education department at the Central Department of Education at Tribhuvan University. You are also most welcome, Dr. Prem, to this panel discussion.
Yeah, thank you, KPG. So can you hear me well?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. So now I would like to request my colleague Syam Pandey to facilitate the panel discussion. So I'll be here. I will just keep tracking of the questions, and then I will get back again. So may I request may I request Syam Pandey sir just to facilitate for the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. Welcome all panelists and all attendants at this conference in the panel discussion. So the topic of our discussion is internationalization of higher education. In the current trend, many students are migrating to other countries, especially the developed countries, to get their higher degrees. So in this situation, I'd like to first of all, talk about the trend in the world. What kind of trend is there of the migration of students from one country to another? Whether there is only the migration of students from least developed or developing countries to developed countries, or there is vice versa as well. So in this aspect, I'd like to ask Dr. Rabi first to put her views on the trends of internationalization of higher education in the world. Dr. Rabi, please.
Thank you very much, and namaste. Thank you for this opportunity to be part of this panel. The internationalization of higher education is not just an entity for universities. It is also something that is embedded in other higher education institutions, such as community colleges and TVET colleges. These are institutions that are unique because they serve the people. They have widespread enrollment. They have open access, which means that they are enabling anybody who wants to study to be able to study. As such, there's tremendous diversity and acceptance of non-traditional students. The internationalization that we will talk about today is one that has widespread implications for change, as well as for the importance of opening up access and opening up opportunities for all students, not just those who are elite. The importance that I see in this type of inaction is that you want to be able to service rural students, urban students, rich students, and poor students.